Starting in less than 1 minute. If you please sit down. Two more minutes. Well, welcome everybody to the second day of this symposium. Welcome to the second day of this symposium. If you please come and take your seats, we'd appreciate it. My name is Martin Eskejian. I'm the chairman of the Aradas Museum. We welcome all of you here and those that are online from around the world, welcome. And we hope you enjoyed today's discussions as well as yesterday. And if you're here in person, make sure you go to see the exhibits that are just a few feet away. Before I go on, I'd like to thank all the contributing organizations that made this possible today, and a special thanks to Maggie Goshen, that is the director of the museum. Aside from our museum, the Armenian Dress and Textile Project, the Armenian Film Foundation, California Humanities, Armenian Rug Society, the Armenian Study Programs at Cal State University Northridge, the Armenian Studies Program at Cal State Fresno, Humashadin, the National Association of Armenian Studies and Research, NASR, Project SAVE, the Promise Institute at UCLA, and the Kayseri Chair of Armenian Studies at UCLA. Anyway, I have the pleasure today to introduce a very old friend and colleague, Dr. Ann Karagosian. I knew Ann many, many years ago when she was an intern at the Aerospace Corporation. She continued her education, got a PhD at Caltech. She is a member of the very, very prestigious American U.S. Academy of Engineering. It's the highest honor an engineer can have in the United States. She's a distinguished professor of aerospace and mechanical engineering at UCLA, and she is the head of the Promise Institute at UCLA. And her work has appeared in many publications, and she has served on the Air Force Scientific Advisory Board. So it's a pleasure for me personally to introduce Ann Karagosian. Ann.
Thank you so much, Martin, for that warm introduction, and welcome everyone to this second day of the hybrid conference sponsored by the and hosted by the Aradas Museum and the Armenian Dress and Textile Project, entitled 1860 Gesaria or Kayseri to Los Angeles 2022, Mapping Culture and Sharing Stories. As Martin said, my name is Ann Karagosian, and it is my honor to be the director of the UCLA Promise Armenian Institute, an entity which is dedicated to world-class research and teaching on Armenian studies, and in addition for coordinating interdisciplinary research and public impact programs across UCLA and with the Republic of Armenia and the Armenian diaspora. It is a privilege for me to join you today as one of the moderators of this truly fascinating and important event. The Aradas Museum, as all of you know, is one of our Armenian community's real treasures, and the historical artifacts and memorabilia and programming that they have provided for our community for so many years has been such an important contribution to our Armenian cultural and historical heritage, not only for ourselves, but for our children and for their children. And for our small team at the Promise Armenian Institute, Maggie and the Aradas Museum have been very special and important partners in the programming and in the research activities that we've been pursuing, much of which has been done remotely since we were established just before the pandemic hit in early 2020. I will always be grateful for this important museum and offer thanks on behalf of the UCLA Promise Armenian Institute to Maggie and to Martin and to his family for their dedicated contributions, especially on behalf of all of us who are descendants of the survivors of the Armenian genocide. And now I would like to invite my friend and colleague who is connected with us remotely, Mark Mamigonyan, to provide introductions for our first speaker of the day. I will note that Mark is another treasure in our Armenian diasporan community. He is the Director of Academic Affairs for the National Association for Armenian Studies and Research, or NASR, in Belmont, Massachusetts. And of course, he is a dedicated scholar in his own right. So Mark, I will now turn the introductions over to you.
Thank you, Anne. I hope I can be heard by everyone. If so, if someone would just please nod or wave, I'd find it very reassuring. I will assume that you can hear me then. It's an honor to be here with you to represent NASR, and it's an honor for NASR to be a part of this fantastic conference. And like everyone else, I tip my hat to Maggie and Seda and everyone at the museum for the fantastic work on this conference and in general, everything that they do. So thank you, everybody, for putting this great conference together. It's my pleasure to introduce the first speaker today. If you were watching and listening yesterday, you had the pleasure of hearing him once already, so we'll have an idea that you were in for another learned and informative presentation, undoubtedly. Dr. Yasar Tora is an assistant professor in the Department of History at Boğaziçi University in Istanbul. His research focuses on the social and economic histories of the Armenian communities in the Ottoman Empire, with a particular focus on their role in textile and carpet production. And to that end, today he will be speaking on the subject, the market as a means of post-violence recovery, Armenians and Oriental carpets in the late Ottoman Empire. And I'm looking forward to his presentation. Dr. Tora.
Thank you. I hope you hear me clearly. Is it good? Great. So I will share my screen once again, if you allow me to do that. Perfect. I'm taking a minute of yours. Here we go. Okay. You see the screen, right? The PowerPoint. Okay. So when Maggie approached me to give a second talk, when she asked me to give a second talk in this wonderful conference, frankly, I hesitated until she told me that it will be about carpets. So I cannot resist but talk about them. I have done some research on this topic, which came out in different academic publications, also book chapters, which will be published in the next Hushamadyan volume, that is edited by Elke Hartman and Vahe Tashian, with whom I had the chance to present a paper on the Timurian, the Satrap Timurian memoirs yesterday. And also one of such works will appear in an edited volume on Kayseri, history of Kayseri, which was supposed to be a conference proceeding, a conference organized by the Hrant Dink Foundation in Istanbul. But it couldn't be held. Some of you know the story that it was supposed to take place in Kayseri, then it was banned, and then it was moved to Istanbul, and it was banned once again. I'm giving this piece of information as a background to my talk today, as it is an opportunity for me, thank you, to talk about Armenians and especially Armenians of Kayseri and the making of Oriental carpets in front of a broader, but an engaged audience, just you, like you. My talk will be about how I approach the issue in general, that's carpet production and Armenian role of it, and particularly the production of carpets in Kayseri before the genocide. While doing so, I will occasionally refer to Setrak Timuryan's memoirs, who was a carpet merchant himself, to fulfill one of the main goals of this wonderful conference, which is being held in his honor. How was the carpet production in Armenian towns and in general, and in Kayseri region particularly, were carried out in the late 19th and early 20th centuries? In this talk, I aim to answer this question by examining the role of Armenian community in the development of this significant trade. Indeed, that was one of the most important economic sectors of the Ottoman Empire. I aim to contextualize the rise of carpet production, Oriental carpet production, within the political economy of the region, and in this case of the region of Kayseri, in the 2 decades preceding the destruction of Armenians during World War I. And it will not be a very fancy, sweet story. Let me begin by discussing the existing scholarship on the development of carpet making in the last decades of the Ottoman Empire. I have to say it is limited, full of gaps, as there are continuities as well as ruptures between the late Ottoman history and the current market for carpets in Turkey. And the greatest rupture is, of course, the destruction of Armenians, who constituted the major labor force and who also facilitated the trade network, not only in Kayseri or around Kayseri, but in various towns before 1915. Thus, the ethno-religious composition of the carpet-making sector was significantly changed after 1915. And of course, I have to add that the transformation was complete after the population exchange between Greece and Turkey in the early 1920s. Armenian survivors carried the trade, the carpet making, the craft, first to the refugee camp, then to their permanent settlements, to their new homes. And this is a different story, which I'm also working on, but I will not get into that tonight. So the final point of my talk on carpet making today is clear, as most of the stories about Armenians in the Ottoman Empire are, that it will be the genocide. But how did it begin and develop? I will try to show that the carpet making was closely connected with violence and this time, not the violence of the genocide, but the violence of the 1890s. So I will be talking about a different violence in an earlier period. The majority of the works on the social and economic life of Armenians in the last decade of the Ottoman Empire, for understandable reasons, focus on violence, particularly the mass violence during the genocide and the destruction it brought. However, today I will focus on the reconstruction of the Armenian communities following the mass violence in different provinces, and particularly Kayseri, after the Hamidian massacres. I will focus on the emerging market relations and their impact on the social relations within the communities, and particularly the female labor in the case of carpet industry in the region. Just to give you an analysis or a brief summary of my argument is, on the left, you see the old famous carpet making district of Ottoman Empire. That is the Usha, Kula, Gediz. Maybe you have seen those nice pictures of carpet makers. But what is quite interesting is by the time of early 1900s, that the carpet making shifted eastwards to the regions where Armenians mainly inhabited before 1915. And the regions that became famous for their carpet production, such as Sivas, Kayseri, Arpert, Urfa, they were all violent, they were stricken by violence. This is something that I talk at length in my article, which appeared in this journal. So, but today I want to focus on the Kayseri aspect of it, as the conference is about Kayseri. But I just give you the sense of what was going on in the period and whether this could have been generalized. And in my opinion, yes. So what I aim to do is to diversify the narratives of the lives of Armenians before 1915. And as I said, to shed light between the market relations and ethnic, class, and gender relations in the Armenian communities, particularly of Kayseri. And I just want to give you briefly why this is so important, and especially it is important for the, or how it was related to the history of the Ottoman Empire. I just want to briefly touch on the scholarship of carpet production in the late Ottoman Empire. Some of you may heard the negative impact of the empire's treaties with European powers, which resulted in the decline of artisanal production and even demise of some crafts in the 19th century. And the Ottoman economy could increase its output levels, that it was revitalized only after 1896. For many of us listening in this room or virtually listening to me, that 1896 signifies a significant date, right? It is the end of it's one of the dates for the Hamidian massacres, 95-96 massacres. But it was also the end of the global economic crisis. So this change in the Ottoman economy, that is increasing output levels, were labeled as reindustrialization. It was revitalization of Ottoman manufacturing, especially in the sectors which had low intensity in technology and high intensity in labor. The growing production and employment levels are observed in sectors like textile production, making silk threads, and carpet weaving, all of which were dependent on women workers, and Armenians were central actors in their organization. And prominent social and economic historians explain this phenomenon by highlighting economic aspects, like the decline of the guild system, shift of the labor force from agriculture to manufacturing, when the prices for agriculture products were declining. And also there was the fact that the purchasing power of the Western countries grew, while they were also developing a taste for Oriental carpets. And especially this was after the international fair, such as 1900, in the Paris International Fair in 1900, St. Louis in 1904, etc., where Oriental carpets were one of the most sought after items. And these are all true in different aspects. However, it should be kept in mind that they were based on certain assumptions. And the basic assumption is they follow the classic economic theory, that is, economy is only a supply and demand relation. It might be supply of labor, it might be demand from the West. However, I think we cannot separate the economy from the social and cultural conditions. Therefore, in my opinion, focusing on the rigid focus or having a rigid focus on the economic data may result in one of the most important non-economic factors. And in this case, it was the violence and the changing conditions that it brought. That the culture, gender relations, relations between ethnic groups, migration, laid the context within which that the carpet production grew in the late Ottoman Empire. And only a multi-layered examination can allow us to build nuanced approaches to understand why and in what context carpet making developed in regions, in this case Kayseri, which were hit by violence in the mid-1890s, the Hamidian massacres. This expansion was seen as natural, whereas the participation of local actors is in this, developing field. The sector of carpet making was seen quite natural, and it was attributed to their commercial wit, especially of the Kayseri merchants, or the soft fingers of the Armenian women. However, it wasn't so soft, in my opinion. And if you look at, for instance, the rare pictures from the era, that you see on the left that the small children, and we are talking about quite small children, between ages of 3 to 8, working on the looms. And this is something from Sivas. I couldn't find something equivalent from Kayseri. However, it will give you the taste of it, that the conditions in those workplaces, that it says Svazi ahçıkları dertli veremli, that they were quite troubled, and because they had tuberculosis. So going to my story. In November 1895, Armenians in Kayseri were subjected to mass violence. And according to missionary reports and foreign observers, about 1,000 Armenians, mostly men, were killed. Although this number seems to be disputed and not confirmed by official numbers, there are other proofs that the destruction was extensive. And one of such proofs is the attempt to provide widows and orphans means of subsistence after the loss of the primary breadwinners at home through the massacre, and also the subsequent migration of men to find work elsewhere. Such attempts are seen in the entire geography of violence, which I showed in the map, and something very similar took place in Kilikya region after 1909. And this was how this development of carpet making spread throughout Anatolia in the period. For instance, this is an image from the American orphanage in Bardizak, Bahçecik, in Nicomedia, Izmir. And some observers clearly stated this link, the link between carpet making and violence. Earl Percy, who visited Kayseri in the early 1900s, made the following simple observation. I quote, "The carpet industry was started after the massacres as a means of relief for the people." So before the mass violence in 1895, there were attempts to make carpets in Kayseri, which were commercially unsuccessful. And in the 1870s, there was limited carpet and particularly kilim, throw rug production in the region, but the greater chunk of the market consisted of the collection and sale of antique carpets. And here I can refer to Setrak Timuryan's memoir, who began his business as a kilim maker and an antique carpet collector. According to Arshakal Boyacıyan, kilims produced in Kırşehir, a nearby town, and carpets made by Kurdish and Avşartrites filled the markets of Kayseri. So we couldn't speak about the rug making, carpet making in the 1890s. Still, there wasn't such a thing in Kayseri. The first attempt to systematically manufacture carpets in Kayseri was by the Greek Orthodox metropolitan, who established looms in the school of Holy Ioannis or St. John Monastery in 1890. Another attempt was Trikora Kundakçıyan, and you may recall his name. He was the best friend of Mr. Timuryan at the episodes of the massacres that I talked about yesterday, who opened the loom to weave silk carpets in Kayseri, and he failed. There were other attempts, such as by Mıgırdiç Yazıcıyan in 1894, which also failed. These were all attempts before 1895. Attempts, as I said, these attempts before 1895 are uncomparable with what took place after in the next 10 years. And the change were noted by contemporary observers as well. According to the Armenian daily Byzantion, which was published in Istanbul, the number of looms in the city had reached 2,000 in 1896 and 5,000 in Kayseri and its surrounding regions by 1901. And as I will discuss below shortly, that in a few minutes shortly, that there were regulations and even a commission was established in the town by entrepreneurs to control the carpet production. And also they began to establish looms in the countryside to employ a relatively cheap labor force. And this is how carpet making moved from, or while it was also based in Kayseri, but expanded to the surrounding regions. 400 to 500 looms in the Armenians of Efkere in 1902, 50 looms in Muncusun, as well as to other regions of Nirze, Balagesh, Gemir, Talas, Tavlusun, and Derevan. The workers wove sejjades, praying rugs, small praying rugs. I'm sure you have seen those beautiful rugs from the collection and the museum. And these were the production of larger rugs, kaban, were quite limited. In each loom, there was one master weaver and 2 or 3 young girls, as I showed in the image, who assisted her and learned the craft. The girl was quite young, as I said, ranging from 3 to 8 or 10. And looms were located in a section of the house which was reserved for this task, or shared rooms in the neighborhood, such as this one on the image. And both of these spaces were called ishlik. That's a workspace, might be translated as workspace. That was also used by Armenians as well. The production of carpet necessitated appropriate designs to increase their value in the market too. And there, that Armenians also had a role, which I will not get into, as designers. And there was fierce competition between merchants for obtaining designs which would be appealing to buyers' taste. The carpet models in Kayseri closely followed the designs produced in other carpet centers, carpet production centers, particularly the Imperial Carpet Production, Imperial Carpet Factory in Hereke. There were some masters who were sent there to the Imperial Factory to learn the skills and come back to Kayseri to improve their own work. And in that period, the floral decorations and other elements, such as animals that reflected the natural aesthetics, were widespread in the carpet. All these elements and more, such as models with Arabic script, are used in the carpets produced in Kayseri and the prayer rug sejjades. The collection of models by Saha Kalatjan, who worked as a carpet maker in Kayseri until 1931, he was one of the survivors, attests to the adaptation of these models in the carpet produced here in the first decades of the 19th century. Carpet production has begun within the Armenian community in Kayseri, as I already mentioned, in the last years of the 19th century, then expanded to Turkish and Greek Orthodox merchants, or through their networks, who began to undertake production. Alboyajian provides the list of loom owners with 20 or more looms in 1898. And this shows you that the dominance of Armenians in the making of carpets in Kayseri. In a few years, that the carpet making turned into the pivotal production sector for Kayseri's economy. In 1902, 35,000 to 40,000 Ottoman gold liras entered the markets of Kayseri, and approximately 10,000 of that amount was estimated to be sheer profit. This profit was distributed among the merchants, workshop and ishlik owners, and the workers. Taken together with the list above, this amount shows the central role, as I said, the Armenians played in the economy of Kayseri, both as producers, workers, and as merchants. This was the time, for instance, in which Sedrak Timurian established a carpet workshop in Kayseri, left its management to a relative, and was selling the products in his shop in Istanbul. That also is a good example of the network. I think it is important to understand the conditions in which that the carpet production developed quickly after 1895, and its meaning for the Armenian community. So I want to talk briefly about the consequences of this rapid increase in the number of looms from a few to thousands and its impact on the Armenian community. Without forgetting that our sources to construct the Armenian past before 1915 are produced by intellectuals and community leaders, and some of them are merchants and bureaucrats, we can say that the rapid growth of carpet production manufacturing in Kayseri was closely linked to various discourses, and particularly discourses about philanthropy and charity in the post-violence, post-Hamidian massacre period. That is, the discourses about the aid, the assistance to the poor went hand in hand with the developing carpet sector. So the intensifying market relations were justified through the discourses of assistance to the poor and the needy Armenians, particularly to the women. A letter sent from Kayseri to Byzantium claimed that it was especially poor Armenians that benefited from the expansion of this trade. And as they earned money, and added that one part of the profit is taken by the silk merchant and the carpet merchant, and the greater chunk is distributed among the second-level merchants and producers. These are the ishlik owners, and poor workers and villager families, which causes them a peaceful, happy, and moral life. So there's a hierarchy that the profit was distributed, of course. But the important thing is, they are spared from evil by living morally and happily. They do not become a burden to their community, to their city, or to their neighborhood. According to the correspondent, who was Shavash Yeseyan, a carpet designer himself, thanks to the carpet making, the needy ones had a peaceful, happy, and moral life. And I think the emphasis on not becoming burdens to their community, nation, or azk, the city and the neighborhood was the central theme here. The idea that the needy ones, including the victims of violence, should overcome the financial problems with their own effort was becoming a prevalent idea in the period. And it was a central one, indeed, in the growing carpet making sector. These discourses, I think, developed along the market relations at a time when a large number of women and children had to enter the labor market, either because of the consequence of the violence that men were killed, or because of the mass migration of Armenian men from provinces to centers like Istanbul or transatlantic to the US. Thus, while women and children were labeled as needy ones in the post-Hamidian massacres period, the whole sector rose on their labor. And just also want to underline that this was a period in which that these things couldn't be spoken out in public because of censorship. So what was the impact of such rapidly expanding production sector to the social hierarchy, to the relations between workers and merchants, and the nature of carpet making as a female labor-intensive industry? So I will just give a brief. I want to talk briefly about the commission, an institution that was established in the period. So in early 1900s, that indeed, to be precise, in 1896, a carpet commission was established by the government. The commission was chaired by a Muslim merchant, Imamzade Ömer Efendi, who had 50 looms. And the rest of the board were leading Armenian carpet merchants of the city: Grigor Kundakçıyan, Hagop Morukyan, Hovannes Mıhçı Avagyan, Aygazyun Yakupyan, Harutyun Maryan. The main duty of the carpet commission was to regulate the relations between the merchants and the workers, and of course to develop the carpet trade in the city. I cannot get into the details of how it functioned, but the commission set the wages for workers, for instance, that for each 100 knots, a worker would earn 1.5 para, 1.5 para. and therefore the best masters could make 10 to 12 kurush per day. But the carpet commission is important for reasons other than the maintenance of the value of Kayseri carpet and its regulation. Because through the regulation of the trade, and particularly relations between the merchants and the peasants, a variety of problems in the city, particularly within the Armenian community, emerged. The most concrete example for the problems between the merchants and the women workers is present in a petition from 1902. In that year, Carpet Commission set a new series of new rules in order to organize the growing demand for labor and establish an improved regulation mechanism over the workers. So the first among the rules was that it banned a worker from working for another merchant while she is already contracted to under one. And even they banned her from weaving for herself and her family. So a petition from 1902 against the new rules, and there were a few others set by the commission, was fiercely criticizing these new rules, and it was signed over 50 workers. Just like the Carpet Commission, which was consisting of both Turkish and Armenian merchants, that the workers who signed the document was also multi-ethnic. That among the 56 workers, there were 42 Armenian women, but also from names you can see the presence of Muslim men and women. The petition shows the complex social and economic structure of the city, and it's quite an interesting struggle of an Armenian majority multi-ethnic body of workers against an Armenian majority multi-ethnic body of merchants, namely the Carpet Commission. But what was most interesting for me is that the petition was written from a mouth of a woman. And indeed, it was a collective voice of women workers. I just want to give you a few lines from this document that, for instance, they say that, I quote, "We cannot open a loom to produce carpet for anyone, including ourselves, our fathers and brothers, but the merchants." So this gives you an idea of the gender relations at home and the central role of female work for an Armenian family in the period. And also they argue that there should be a distinction between the private, that is home, and the public, that is market, which was becoming blurred in the period due to the expansion of the trade. I quote, "To inspect the carpets and looms and to provide models, stranger men enter our houses by the size of young girls and widows," end of quote. And they apply to the government to stop the practice. And of course, they might have other motives to do that. So there are a few other issues they touch, but I will not get into detail for keeping my talk within time limit. But I can also tell you that since there were problems in the labor market of Kayseri, such as this one, that resulted in the spread of the trade, the sector, into the surrounding regions. That is one of the reasons, for instance, that we know for sure that it spread to Everek, where it was that some merchants took the trade there because of the easy management of the labor. And of course, I'm referring to the Armenian merchants. So how this whole affair ended, we all know it, that during the deportation of Armenians during the Great War, that the workers were annihilated, destroyed trade networks, and genocide resulted in the transfer of capital and means of production from Armenians to the other ethnic groups. The execution and the exile of community leaders, including carpet merchants, began in June 1915, and the deportation order for all Armenians, excluding the Catholics, was made public on the 8th of August. The deportation of Armenians, except those artisans who worked to satisfy the basic needs of the state offices and the local market, was completed within a few months. the majority of the carpet weavers and merchants were not among the exempted group. And the list provided by Alboyogyan proves this situation. The difference, so this is how it ended. As you see, it was quite obvious. So the different and even conflicted voices presented in this talk and the whole story are important for the history of Armenians before the genocide. I think that the explanations like the soft fingers or the commercial wit of merchants, they conceal more than they reveal about the complex history of Armenians in the late Ottoman Empire. Anti-Armenian violence in the mid-1890s formed the background of these developments. Therefore, it wasn't only a destructive event, but it was also a transformative force. And that transformation was carried out by Armenian merchants as well as Armenian female workers. That's how the Armenian communities in many violence-stricken regions, towns, were able to reconstruct themselves from the violence of the Hamidian era from 1895-96 for about 2 decades until 1915. I think I should stop here. I think I'm on time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Cora, for that fascinating talk. The talk is now open for questions from our audience here in person at the Aradas Museum and also online. I don't know, Mark, if you'd like to go first, or I can go first if I don't see any questions quite yet from our audience.
There are a couple in the Zoom Q&A, so I guess I can begin. And I just want to thank Dr. Jora for this, to use his own phrase, multi-layered examination of a very interesting subject. And I'm reminded that, I mean, it brings together several subjects that over the past 10 years have moved from being totally marginal or ignored altogether to being much more studied. The role of and the agency of women in the Armenian community in the late Ottoman Empire, the Hamidian massacres and their aftermath, and what 10 years ago Bedros Dermatosian called the taboo within the taboo, the fate of Armenian capital, quote unquote, at the end of the Ottoman Empire. So this is a great flowing together of at least 3 previously largely neglected subjects. So with that, one question from online audience: was the Gulbenkian family active in the production of rugs in Kayseri? They were from Kayseri Talas, and when they immigrated to the US, they had a rug showroom in New York City in the early 1900s.
That's a more of a factual question. I'm in touch with the foundation for different reasons. They were, to my one issue is the Gulbenkian family is quite an extensive, large family. As far as I know, that the Kalus Gulbenkian, as we know that he was not, for instance. Another member of the family might be, but what is interesting in that branch of the Kalus Gulbenkian and his family was they contributed to this whole affair as collectors. So that's a completely different issue, but they were among the most important collectors of Oriental rugs in Europe at the time, and therefore they had a quite important role in the making of the Oriental carpet something as sought after object in the West, especially among the elite. I need to check whether that members of that specific members of the Gulbenkian family were involved in carpet production. To my knowledge, no. I need to go back to my list of producers, but as far as I remember, not. Thank you.
I have another Anne if you want me to go ahead, or you can take one.
Why don't you go ahead, and those in our audience think about questions you might like to pose, but please go ahead, Mark.
Great. The next question for Dr. Jora, can you expand on the moral existence concept? By modern standards, would you consider the compensation of the actual weavers closer to fair or exploitative? What they were paid?
Well, that is a really difficult question. I mean, this is something that is also being just like that Dr. Mamigonyan mentioned, that something being recently analyzed, that humanitarian, I would say capitalism, in the sense that it was in the same period that, for instance, the missionaries were also beginning to establish something called industrial mission. So within there, this was an idea that was developing right around the time that rather than giving money or aid, that the direct aid in terms of monetary compensation, that people should be given the means, the skills, the means of production to carry out their own life. So to teach them a trade and also certain means that they can continue later as well. That's why I showed the postcard or picture postcard from the Bardizak orphanage. That was the logic that they will learn. So going back to the issue of morality, that is, frankly, I'm not trying to avoid answering it, but frankly, it depends on the perspective. So from the perspective of the community leaders, it was not. But from the perspective of the workers, sometimes it was, as that's why I provided the example of that petition, or that I spent some time on it, that it was exploitation. For instance, there was something that I didn't quote during the talk. They were openly claiming that the merchants called them slaves. You are our slaves, you cannot complain about it. So whether this was true or not, whether they were trying to get more, attention from the authorities, but apparently there was a tension. But on the other hand, especially, considering that was the only means of, that the subsistence that these people had, then this turns into quite an ethical question that I really don't have an answer. Sorry, and I really don't want to, impose a category with our current standards, because I'm sure that, and I know that there were many also women quite happy about their conditions because they were provided bread.
I can keep going, Anne, if you just tell me.
Well, let me open this up to questions from our in-person audience. Why don't you keep going, Mark, and maybe someone will hear. So please keep going.
Next question is, are the motifs found on today's Kayseri carpets derived from those first worked out in the 1890s? And do you know if before the carpet industry began there, were there any genuinely local motifs or designs found on home-produced carpets from the Kayseri region?
Mm-hmm. That is a question that I am currently trying to understand the role of the changes in the period, whether it had an impact or not. It was a slide that I didn't share with you. The problem is there's in the scholarship I mentioned that there are gaps, and one of the gaps is exactly that. So it is really nice to think about that the Oriental carpets, and which were also called Turkish carpets up to 1920s, they try to show a continuity, or the scholars try to find a continuity from the 16th, 17th century. Therefore, they discovered that there is a continuity from all the way from the classical period of the Ottoman Empire, and therefore its culture. But what I think, and this is my current research, that the designs of the 1890s, there's a spread of certain standardized designs which were adapted to the market taste. And indeed, the designs that I show you, for instance, were very much in line with what was going on in Istanbul or in Hereke, where the imperial factory was located, because that the merchants in Kayseri, the producers, the entrepreneurs believed that if they produce such carpets, have the similar designs, even though they were not producing them for the upper end of the market, their consumers were probably more modest, but they would be still have a niche. Why I'm telling you this is that this, in time, this turned into the local culture, local motive. In other words, what was going on in the 1890s and 1900s during the expansion of the trade later turned into the local / national culture. And since the link between 1890s and the 1920s, that the link of that the Armenians created was lost, the whole story has a break.
Okay, thank you. Mark, are there any other questions posed?
Well, there are a couple of questions, which I'm going to try to sort of fold into one question, because there are questions about Karper and Marash and Aintab and items produced there. So to what extent have you looked at these regions? And I think you touched on this, but expand the geographical scope a little bit, and what peculiarities or particularities are there about those locales?
Yeah, sure, definitely. I mentioned that I published something on in general that talking about all the or different regions, if not all the regions. And I'm also, such as this one on Kayseri, I'm also looking at the specific regions. For instance, in Harpert, that the American missionaries were quite important, again, as a means to recover from the violence. In Marash, I have in the article that I mentioned that I examined Marash, because in Marash, it was very much in line with, again, the missionaries, which was also taken over by the Armenian community administration itself as a means of aid. This time, not after the 1895-96 massacres, but the Adana massacres of 1909. For instance, there was a mission that was sent specifically to the region to find means. And one of the means was carpet production. This is how in Marash, there was the carpet production among Armenians began. The same thing might be extended to Urfa, where the missionaries, this time particularly German missionaries, was very much involved. So this, what I'm trying to show here is that in different districts, either that the community administration or the American, British, or the German missionaries undertook similar, or they had similar entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial activities in the field of carpet making. And we don't have time to get into that, but I can also pinpoint exactly at what time they began. And they all between 1896 to 1909 and around the massacres. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions, perhaps from our audience in person? Perhaps I can ask just one very brief question.
Definitely, please.
Dr. Kaur, I mean, you mentioned Mr. Timurian, who is one of the foci of this conference. Are you aware of any of the challenges he had as a carpet merchant in bringing this kind of manufacturing and so forth to the United States? Maybe you could comment briefly about him or what you know about him.
I know a lot about him since I was one of the people who transliterated the memoirs. Yeah, he had some difficulties. The difficulties, for instance, were about the demands of the market, what was sought after in the U.S. market, that he was trying to figure out that. But he entered the American market at a certain point in, I think, around the first through his son in the early 1900s and later by himself after 1912. So what he talks about is more about the war period and the difficulties of the war. So, but there are really fascinating details about how he was still trying to maintain the carpet production, the networks of trade, which were no more there, because either because of the genocide or because there was the World War. So at there are certain episodes in the memoirs in which he talks about the ways in which that he tried to bring the merchandise all the way from Russia, and there was the revolution in Russia, they stopped it, or some of his cargo was kept in France for some time because the French ship couldn't move, and etc. So there was quite an interesting details about the World War era and the network that he was trying to establish, or maybe I should say hold on during the war. And it's, of course, its demise after 1918, because it was completely a different role. So that was the details. While he was in the Ottoman Empire, carpet production was not his primary business. He was more of a collector, I think, which was even more interesting, because as I mentioned during the talk, this is how carpet business in general took place in Kayseri region, by collecting carpets from the surrounding regions, antique carpets, and which kind of triggered this business too, by seeing that there's a demand in the market of Istanbul and also in the Western market. So there are also episodes in which he talks about how he collected carpets from Armenian communities or from Kurdish tribes. So there are many interesting details about that too.
Very good. Thank you so much.
I
think
you.
that's all we have time for, but let's all thank our speaker, Dr. Cora, and also Mark Mamigonyan for their participation. Thank you both.
Thank you.
So now we have a next presentation for our conference. So I know that there is going to be a transition here. Great. So our next talk actually comes to us from Vienna in Austria by Arthur Tilfayan from Vienna, Austria. The title of the talk is The Use of Natural Dyes in the Armenian Highlands and the Socio-Cultural Differences in their use in different textiles. Arthur Tilfayan, who is shown here, lives and works as a rug dealer and expert for textile art in Vienna, and he will talk about this subject. The first part of his talk is a historical review about the situation in the carpet and rug trade and industry in Western Armenia until the Abdulhamidian massacres and then later the Armenian genocide in 1915. And then in the second part of his talk, he will provide for us an overview of the traditional dyeing methods with natural dyes that was pursued in the Armenian Highlands. And then in the third and final part of his lecture, based on these dyes, we will try to find out a socio-cultural connection between dyeing and textile art and the most important carpet motifs. So Arthur, I will now turn the lecture over to you.
Thank you very much. Hello, dear audience. Hello, dear participants on Zoom online. I'm very happy to be able to speak about Tilfayan and Timurian family, who have been some kind my descendants in the last 150, more 150 years. So let me give you a small input how I came to this business. So my father was beginning in the 1970s in Istanbul. His father came also from Gesaria, so he was still in Kayseri in the beginning of the 20th century. So they lived as carpet dealers in Gesaria, came to Istanbul and trying to live there, their income with the trade and import-export to the European countries until 1970. when my father decided to leave Turkey and come to Austria. So this was the short introduction, how I came in the second generation in Austria to this business. It was quite funny. I was 25, 30 years ago, somehow getting some input for myself, for my business view, to be specialized on natural dyes. And I was sent by the Austrian government to different countries like Bhutan, Morocco, Iran, Armenia, to make some workshops on natural dyeing there. And on this way, it was a quite interesting input for my view, how do I see the topic about Armenian carpets, and especially Armenian carpets in the Armenian carpets in the 19th and early 20th century. So to come to the detail of my presentation, the first picture shows the Armenian Quarter in the 1860s, 1870s, before the Abdulhamidian massacres. It was a very, a little bit like Landale in Los Angeles, very close. There have been exchanges, of course, with the other ethnic groups in the area, but somehow Armenians are they like to be among themselves. So this is the first things. How was the situation in the 19th century, or in the mid of the 19th century in the Ottoman Empire? So the Armenians have been merchants, producers, and of course the female, as Dr. Gora told us, it was a lot of female workers who have been actively making the handcraft on this topic. But also there have been some, especially I want to point out Spartalian family, for example, in Sparta, a village approximately 120 kilometers north of Antalya today. Spartalian family was already in the middle of the 19th century exporting to US and European markets. And also the Telfian family had some, as we know, and Timurian family had some bounds to the Western countries and doing the trade and production there. So this was the beginning. We also know, as Dr. Kora told us, there was an association where the Armenian merchants and the looms have been cleared by ethnic groups, and we know a lot of vilayets, which have been somehow the villages or the regions in the Ottoman Empire, have been almost a lot of villages in the central and eastern part of the Ottoman Empire have been dominated by Armenian handcraftship. As Dr. Kora also told, I didn't know that it would be some kind of overcuttings. A lot of designers in the empire, the imperial manufacturers in Kumkapi and Herike have been very famous and well-known master designers like Hakop Kapudjian and Tusunyan and Zare, which are until today very well-known designers and appreciated designers of Kumkapi and Herike silk carpets. So may I put 2-3 files before, if it's possible? Yeah, another one? Because yes, so another one. Then we see already the villages where yes, I have pointed out that the villages where Armenian producers and looms have been the majority of production there. So we see from Adana region in the middle. I don't know if I can point it out. Is it? I don't know. Here is Adana and until, yes. And until in the eastern part, until Karabakh, Shushi, it has been a domination of Armenian producers and rug makers in the middle of the 19th century. Next slide, please. So the next part, I want to give you a short overview of natural dyeing in the Armenian Highlands in the 19th century until the introduction of chemical colors, which have been especially after the First World War. It was much more involved there. So next slide, please, if I can ask you. So the classification is easily made by the dyeing method, or let's say the classification is best made by the dyeing methods. So we differ in direct dyes, mordant dyes, wet dyes, and dyes with combined methods. Next slide, please. So the direct dyes, the most important for the Armenian highland is the nutshells. These are characterized that there is no other mordant or auxiliary necessary in order to get the dye on the yarn. So these dyeing materials are much more characterized by a high tannin content. So we know, as I told you, nutshells for example, in Latin America, it was catechu, or in India, or some lichens in New Zealand, or also in the forestal area of Caucasia, which are sometimes using as a dyeing material. Next slide, please. The most important dyes in general are so-called mordant dyes. Mordants are usually some metal crystals which are used to fix the dye on the yarn, which means first you cook this metal crystal with the yarn in order to prepare the yarn so that it takes the color afterwards in the second cooking process with the dyeing liquid. So the most common dyeing mordants in carpet industry have been and are until today alum, which is kali-allan oxide, copper oxide, iron sulfate, and cream of tartar. Next slide, please. The third great group, well known in the indigo dyeing, is the so-called wet dyes. And we have this is especially this is characterized that you first reduce oxygen inside of the dyeing liquid. So this is made usually in that time very often by natural fruits like dates, very often by urine of animals or men, or sometimes in the North African areas, it's made under the earth so that there is no oxygen excess, which makes the reduction possible. So after the reduction has taken place, you put the yarn inside of the dyeing liquid. And by taking it out, you see here the process. The more oxygen contact it gets, the more the color is getting on the yarn. And if you move the yarn a little bit in the air, the richer the color is getting. Next slide, please. So the last classification group is the so-called combined dyeing methods, which have been, which I got into contact in Bhutan, Japan, and also in Armenia, where you usually have a fermentation process in the beginning. So as we saw it in the wet dyes, you reduce oxygen, for example, with ash or urine in a pot for 2 or 3 weeks. And after the fermentation dyeing process is finished, you add a mordant in order to get a diversity of colors by using, for example, iron sulfate, copper oxide, or some sour liquid fruits like liquid lime juice, in order to get the different nuances or different colors from the same dyeing material. Next slide, please. So you see some pictures of this process in Bhutan. Next slide, please. Yeah, you see first in the first files, you see the results after the fermentation. It was quite a more violet red, and afterwards, after using, this time was the mordant tartaric acid, it became a scarlet red. Next slide, please. So the most the most used dyeing materials in Anatolia before 1900, we thought, without any complete list, it cannot be, it has been more than 1,000 plants, but the most important ones have been the so-called diaz wheat, Resida lutela, which left a yellow color. Sumac, which is also known for its spice, as a spice in the Oriental kitchen, but it is also a very good dyeing material, leaving a black color. Alkana roots, which leave the very characteristic violet color on the Anatolian rocks. Red onion skin, gold and yellow. Henna, we know red-brown, also nutshells, of course, which leave a brown color. The skin of pomegranate, which leave a gray-black color, and many more. I don't want to give the list completely. It would be too much. Next file, please. My special point of view is always on the red color because it's the most common color in the carpet production usually. And the usage of different dyes give an information about somehow in which area it was produced and also in which social context it was used. For whom was it produced? It was also very much characteristic which dye it was used. So the most common dye for red color is madder. Madder is a root, is a plant, and the roots of this plant they grow in Anatolia almost, or in the Armenian Highlands, almost in every vineyard or in the sides of any fields. You can find it everywhere. If you go, for example, today to Armenia, you will get before Easter a bunch of madder roots in order to dye your Easter eggs with madder. So madder is usually dyed with iron sulfate or with alum. With alum, it leaves a reddish color, and with iron sulfate, you get more a brown color to that. Next file, please. The next source of natural dyes coloring red are insect dyes. In the antique, so in the time of Greater Armenia, was the Kermis vermillo was also some relevant, but we don't have any results or any artifacts from that time left. So therefore, Kermis vermillo is not relevant for today's textile production. Next file, please. The most important insect dye in the Armenian Highlands is, of course, the Armenian Kermis. The distribution is along the salty river bottoms of the Aradas River, today's border to Turkey, Nakhichevan, and Iran. So on this riverside, there is a plant which Latin name is quite difficult. Ailorupus litoralis. The Armenian name is Vortan Khot. So it is for the Vortan garmir bug, the grass. So the female insects are living usually throughout the year inside of the below the earth. So only in the beginning of September, in the 3 weeks, they come for to reproduce themselves to the air, and you can collect them in the early morning until sunrise in the first 3 weeks of September. So if you collect it, the next step, next file, please. The next, it is dried, then the beads, the bugs are grinded, I think is the right word. So after there, it's you dissolve it, you cook it until the whole carmine color, the red color, is extracted. And afterwards, you can dye it with the use of a mordant. Usually in Armenia, they use tin oxide instead of alum, but it's also very common to use alum as a mordant. Next slide, please. So you see a small dyeing experiment of myself with Kermis. So the red color you see on the right was with tin oxide, as it's made in Armenia. Next slide, please. So the next group of insect dyes are cochineal, which have been imported to the region of the Armenian Highlands. Cochineal is a bug which is usually growing as a parasite on the cactus called Opuntia in South American countries, Argentina and Peru originated. And with the trade relations, it came to Mexico and with the Spanish invasion to Mallorca, Canary Islands, and from there to the Oriental carpet producing countries. Next slide, please. So you see again the same process. The bugs are collected. You cut it from the cactus, dry it, grind it. The same procedure as it was with the Armenian Kermis. It's the same. Next slide, please. So you see again, it's grinded, and then the next, it's cooked, and then you get different colors, which is I want to shorten it a little bit. With alum, you get a rose red magenta color. With tartaric acid, you get a scarlet red, bright red, and with iron sulfate, you get violet until gray. You can even get black color if you use iron sulfate. Next slide, please. Some of the pictures of these dyeing processes. As I told you, this is on the left, it is alum. In the middle, it's tartaric acid, and iron sulfate on the right below. Next slide, please. So the last group of insect dyes which are used in the which have been used in the Armenian Highlands are so-called the lac insect or Keria lacca. They came usually from India and Bhutan, Bangladesh, Burma, China, and have been with trade relations came until the Armenian Highlands too. The plant, so the bugs are usually living on the fig trees and the Indian yuba trees. The lac feeds from the juice of this host tree and leaves a secret which is called the stick lac or shellac. We know it also from the vinyl production in the early 20th century. Next slide, please. Yes, you see again the stick lac is extracted very often manually in Bhutan. So today there have been more professional methods to extract them and get also some kind of powder which is much more intense, like a lac. And then you can do the same. At least you can do it with a combined dyeing method with the fermenting process in the beginning and using mordants afterwards in order to get different nuances. Next slide, please. Yeah, you see again the dyeing process. Next slide, please. Again, the next file. So I just want to give some pictures. Yes. So you see, even you get a really very rich black color when you use iron sulfate on the right of the pictures. Thank you. Next file. So why was it important for me to specialize or take a special view on the red dye? Because with the red dye, you can get some information about which color was used in which region, or which makes it logical that it was used in this region. Are there any color, let's say this some kind of relations in between the cultural and spiritual background in a region or in a culture, and the color red which was used? And a third one, is there any correlation in between social status of a final user and the color which was, or the dyeing material which was used as a dye on a textile which was produced? Next slide, please. So for the regional distribution, there are some examples, like for example, madder is used almost in every region. You can differ rather as a Rubia tinctoria, which was more in the Armenian Highlands, and the Rubia cordifolia or manjit was more in the Far Eastern, and Iranian madder which was used. In South America and in Africa below the Sahara, you use very often Brazil wood or sappan wood. And in some regions, for example, lac is so much common that this valuable dye is also affordable for clothes and textiles of the common people, like, for example, this wedding dress, which is, I agree, it's a quite special dress, but it's not for a princess or something. It was used for, it's a traditional wedding dress by the Rabari group in Gujarat, India. Next file, please. We see also the spiritual context also, for example, in the Bakuba culture in the Republic of Congo in Africa. Usually the overskirts made of raffia, this is a plant which was used for clothing in this area, are used with a of the natural left color, so it's not dyed. Only for the royals, it's left. It's reserved to dye it with the Brazil wood in red, as you see it on the red part. Next file, please. The same spiritual connotation you find in Catholic Church with the cardinals who used purple red clothes for the cardinals or the high dignitaries. Also in Bhutanese culture, you see the black dye dyed clothes for the monk group, which are the only group who are able to wear clothes in this color. Next file, please. So, for example, you see also this rug is made in Caucasia, a Talish rug, where it was used with madder. So the next file, please, you will see. Well, for example, in Turkmenistan, you find in the same region two different dyeing materials used in a carpet. So in the left hand, you see a teke main carpet in the 19th century, which was used only with madder. On the right side, you see the detail of a Turkmenian rug, which had been used with some silk elements, and the silk elements have been dyed with cochineal. So this shows that the person who was receiving this rug was some kind of prince, noble, or some kind of king or spiritual leader. Next slide, please. The same similarity you see here with the textiles from Aleppo. Red hand, it's a regular Aleppo kilim from the beginning of 20th century, dyed with madder. On the right side, you see a silk Aleppo kilim dyed with cochineal. Next slide, please. Yes, also in the Safavid Iranian or Persian Empire in the beginning of the Safavid times, Shah Abbas has invited two brothers, Robert Shirley and his brothers, in the beginning of the 1600s to modernize the Safavid army. So they have to be clothed. They could not be clothed like Muslims, so they had to be clothed like Christians. And the only Christians in Safavid Empire have been Armenians, so they have been clothed like Armenians. The motifs have very similarity to the Armenian bank in Isfahan, and the color which was used for the red color was used only Bortang army, so it's the Armenian Kermis. Next slide, please. Here you see some motifs, especially if I may show you here, these elements have been used also in the clothes of Sir Robert. Shirley, thank you. Next file. So the next, we see a very outstanding silk cape for, I think it has been the highly esteemed person of Armenian Catholicos in the 15th century or earlier, dyed only with Vortang garmish. And you will see, please, the next file. Yes, it is very outstanding, fine woven and embroidered cape. You see the Vortang garmi is used in a huge amount, and it shows that the person who was receiving it must be a very high spiritual leader, or I think it was for the Armenian Catholicos at that time. Next slide, please. So I want to put also some design topics on this presentation. The Armenian Dragons have been already in the pre-Christian Armenian mythology a very important motif. We see monoliths which are found throughout Armenia today. Next slide, please. So you see also in a painting of the Archbishop John in Cilicia, 1287, his dress, if I may show you, you will see here the dragons, dragon motifs, here, for example. Yeah. And the dragon was always also a motif to show the power and the high esteem of the person who was wearing it. Next slide, please. You see the similarity also on this textiles here, also showing dragons all over. Next slide, please. And you see the dragons also for using in carpets. So the very famous Gohar carpet, a very early dragon rug of Armenia. Gohar carpet is the reason why, because here you have an inscription presenting the carpet. My name is Gohar, and it's one of the most well-known Armenian dragon rugs. Unfortunately, after today, we don't know, or we don't have the access to this carpet. But we know that this is a very early example of the dragon rugs. You see the dragons, if I may show you. Here you see the dragon weaves, and here the feet, if I may show you. Next slide, please. Again, all these rugs are colored with Vortang Army, so Armenian Kermis. So you see later is early 19th century, late 17th century dragon rug from Caucasia. Next slide, please. So my conclusion is, if you take a point of view on the red color, you will see that Armenian Kermis was always used as a sign of highest esteem when they use it in textiles. The second thing which I realized is that Kermis was traded by Armenians throughout the world, from China to Italy. So it was a high appreciated trade product, which shows that if it was used in a carpet, usually somehow there would have been some influence of Armenians on this textile. The third thing, if a textile is dyed with an insect dye, Kermis cochineal lek dye, it's mostly for a masterpiece of these regional textiles. And concerning the motifs, dragons are always a symbol which have been used since pre-Christian time for a symbol of power, and showed a special position of the person who was wearing it. Thank you for your presentation, for your attention, and if you have any questions, thank you. I can hear you. I can't hear you. Hello, hello, hello. Why don't I cannot hear you? Hello? Oh, yeah, now it's better. Okay.
Are you able to hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much, Mr. Telfain. That was a fascinating talk. And now we have time for some questions, either from our audience here in person and online. I believe, Seta, you're going to be monitoring that, but we have a question. The woman with the black outfit perhaps can hang on just a second. They'll bring a microphone to you so that our audience can hear you as well.
Hi, Arthur.
Hi. Hi, Seta.
Nice seeing you. First of all, mother is Torun.
Mother is Toron, yes.
Torun. Okay, thank you. Also, why when I dyed my, say, wool yarn with pomegranate skin, it gave me gold and it gives you black. It's not fair.
Yes, it's not the question of being fair or not fair. I guess you used alum as a mordant, and I talked about iron sulfate.
Okay.
As a mordant, but you can get different, of course, from, for example, if you use pomegranate, the skin of a pomegranate, it leaves a gold yellow, as you're told. If you put in the middle pieces of the pomegranate inside, you will get even a brighter gold until orange color. So it's always a question of which part you use of the dyeing material or dyeing fruit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have another question here, the woman with the white mask.
Yes, hi, thank you for your, great talk. Is the Armenian Kermis still used nowadays in Armenia?
As far as I know, there is I cannot talk about the situation after the war from last year because I have not been in Armenia since then. But before then, it was a collection and a small state-controlled production of Armenian Kermis in the area of the Aradas River, yes. But as it is the border to Turkey, it's always a little bit risky. I don't know how the situation is now.
From what area in Armenia? Is it Armenia?
It's in the south border to Turkey, the south border to Iran. So the Aradas River is the frontier river, which shows the border in between these countries, and on the river bottom you will find the bugs who are leaving the color for that, the vortan, the vorts. Yes,
Okay. Are there other questions from our audience in person? Do I see one? There's right here. Wait.
Hi. So I've been trying to dye with madder, and it always gives me orange, a madder with alum. What could I add to make it more scarlet, like cream of tartar, or what could I?
You use, first we have to ask which madder are you using. It's sounding crazy, but if you buy it, for example, in Europe, there are two possibilities that you get. One is the Rubia tinctoria, which is very common here. And if you get it from India, for example, you get the Rubia tinctoria. Rubia tinctoria is much easier to dye than Rubia tinctoria.
Yeah, I believe it's from India, at least in America. I think most of the matters are from India that we were getting.
You have to be sure, because the method of dyeing is completely different from tinctoria to cordifolia. So it's funny, but it's the same plant, but it's a other group. And Rubia tinctoria, you have to mordant so if you use alum, you have first to pre-mordant it, then dry it for 1 week, and afterwards use the dye. Then you get a more scarlet red or more intense red. Otherwise, it gets always a little bit orange. The second thing is you have to leave it approximately 60 to 90 minutes in 7 to 80 degrees Celsius water.
All right, thank you.
If you use too short time, then the intensity is lower.
Fascinating. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Hello. Hi, Arthur.
Hi.
I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you so much for your presentation. I am Jennifer Telfayan, and I am your cousin.
Oh, nice, nice.
Very nice to meet you online.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, as you were giving your presentation, my father's voice was ringing in my head because he was also a carpet in carpets. He is the son. I am the great granddaughter of Hovannes Telfayan. My father is the grandson of Hovannes Telfayan. Hovannes Telfayan is the son of Karapet Telfayan, brother of Moses Telfayan.
Okay, so great. Great,
carpet
Jennifer.
business. And very fondly, my father would tell us stories of the dyes of the bugs. And as we were children growing up, it was very sweet for him to sort of gross us out as children to say that they would.
I would have loved to know your father. So this would be very, very interesting. Unfortunately, our families have also been very spread throughout the world. So this conference is also a possibility to invite you once to Vienna. And if this pandemic allows, for sure, I will come also to Los Angeles.
And you are so welcome. Our family is actually from New York.
Okay.
Embarrassingly, I lived in Europe for many years, but did not know you. But now that I know you, when I come to Europe, I am sure to meet you, and you are always welcome in New York and Los Angeles.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the same invitation to you. Family boundaries online. So you can find my contacts for sure, or I can, if you leave your contacts with Seda, I will surely get into contact with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, you can't meet one cousin without meeting another. So my name is Tina Demirjian. I'm from Moses Telfeyan side, and it's Dr. Sophie that we are meeting you today. So
yes, you're right.
Much. And your presentation is fascinating. And I feel like I have a million questions, but really about how you even began, even though you said briefly, but there's so much detail to what you're talking about that, you know, my mind is racing at how you actually acquired so much knowledge, but such interest in that knowledge. And it makes me think of our ancestors and how they must have also not only imported some of those dyeing methods, but actually traded in them as well to help
I'm sure
them
of that. Yes, I'm sure of that. That the trade, especially if we point our attention to the fact that there have been for sure usage of Armenian Kermis also in this time. So it has been for sure also a product for trade until the European countries, Italy, etc., have imported, until the usage of chemical dyes. Afterwards, it has been a little bit not so much of interest. But for a short, it was very fascinating for me to meet Sophie I think it's 7 years ago now. So when I was the last time in Los Angeles, I really got a little bit some kind of it was kind of feeling that the ancestors have some kind of genetic influence on my work, because I had no force to get into contact with natural dyes. But I said, okay, it's interesting if we want to start a production, which was in the beginning of the 1990s. I said to myself, I have to know this natural dyeing methods, because otherwise they can tell me everything, especially in Oriental countries. So this was the way how I got into the natural dyeing. And I was studying also anthropology in Vienna University, which gave me a little bit the let's say, the academical background to get into contact with these whole topics. A short answer for the question.
And just for another time, the first time when we opened all the bokhjas 20 years ago, and I found the silk rug from the Telfeyan factory. And the silk rug was in these very muted colors. I had never seen a rug with those colors. I was always used to the red and the blue and so forth, the prayer rug. But this was the light green and the light yellow. And now I'm trying to think of all the things that were used to dye those that silk. But I don't know if
the silk one is really, I saw it the last time I was in Eskişehir Museum. It must be, it's a very fascinating piece, because it must be somehow also embroidered and woven, and a very special piece. Unfortunately, a little bit in a condition which need to be, I don't know how the situation is now, but it must kept, because it's, of course, if due to the fact that it's silk, it breaks easily now. But I'm sure we'll see each other in Los Angeles or in Vienna sometime, so I will very much appreciate to see you, Mr. Mirjian, and also, of course, the whole Telfian Timurian family is invited to Vienna. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we will go to a couple of online questions and then come back for the in-person ones. Seta, would you like
Yes.
to read a couple of
Yes,
questions?
we have a few online questions, but Arthur, just so you know, there's a few other Telfans on the line on Zoom, so
Okay.
going on. And I'm tuning to you live online from in front of the Sheen Memorial Chapel, just so you know where I'm situated. But we had a question online that asked, and I'll read exactly how the question is phrased. My father had a huge rug he called Kermis, but I did not know that that meant color. It was and is the most esteemed rug in our family. So is Kermis the name of a style or region of rug, or is it just the color?
Kermis must be as a Kermis. Carmine Kermis is the red color. What kind of dyeing it was, I cannot tell, but it might be dyed with Armenian Kermis. I cannot say, it might be.
And there was one other question that just asked maybe some more information if you're able to share what kind of dyes and colors were specifically representing the areas of Marash or Adana.
Marash, I know from the embroideries, very often use the indigo ground color, and the embroidered parts are used very often by receded yellow, and red was madder. So very seldom they used insect dyes on embroideries. But on the carpets, I have not seen until now carpets produced in Marash. Adana, I have not seen any pieces too, unfortunately.
Thank you. Back to you.
Okay, I guess we have one. There was another question here. I guess maybe the gentleman took off, but there's one question here. And any others, please raise your hand.
Hi, it's me again. I'm asking, I forgot to ask, are there any recipes on dye making that are survived in
In
documentation?
Armenian, you mean Armenian recipes?
If there are, it would be great. If there are any.
So
Armenian.
the dyes concerning Armenian Kermis are very much kept secret, but there are some recipes in the Matenadaran in Yerevan. If you go there, you will have to spend, let's say, 2-3 weeks in order to get uncoded the writings. If you're interested, I have a monk there who is able to encrypt this codes. But concerning other dyeing recipes, it's easy. So you can get for madder and every other dyeing material, you get, of course, some dyeing recipes. I don't know in English how many, which dyeing recipe books there are. I used in Vienna or in Austria, in German, we have 2-3 main books. But the main importance is to practice. Unfortunately, yes. The recipes are one side, but you have to practice it and learn from mistakes throughout the years. This is the best method.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from our audience? Did this gentleman have a question? Oh. Wait, here's a microphone for you.
First of all, congratulations for a beautiful presentation. My question is, do you know who brought the manufacturing of Oriental rugs in the region of Kayseri?
Who? I cannot tell you who was it, but definitely the region of Kayseri have been populated by partly or bigger part of Armenians since the Middle Ages. So therefore I cannot say by academical facts, but I'm sure that somehow it was trade connections the Armenians had, and perhaps also the contact with other groups who have been producers, Iranian or so. But I think from the designs which are used in former Kayseri carpets, it must be Anatolian impact and not Iranian impact. the Iranian or the European impact grew after 19th century. So, and in the time 1830, after the reigns of Abdülmecid II, who was also known as Tanzimat time, the influence of Europe and Iranian carpets have grown into Anatolian carpets in general. But before that, it was very unique Anatolian designs. So today, if you have in Los Angeles an expert for that, it's Hraç Kozboyekian, who will tell you more detail for the origin of the designs, I guess.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Perhaps, if you're asking a question, please wait for the mic.
Yes. Hello, Arthur. Hraç is
Hello. Hi, Hraç.
I'm sorry, I missed the question, sir. Could you repeat your question?
The question was, Hraç, the origin of the designs and the products of Kayseri carpets. Who brought the carpets to Kayseri? Do you have any idea, Hraç?
Well, the earliest attestations of carpet weaving in that region we have from Marco Polo, 13th century, that he praises and he differentiates people of Anatolia in two, the Christians and non-Christians. In Christians, he includes Armenians and Greeks, and he mentions specifically of the weaving carpets and other textiles by Armenians, and he specifically also mentions the in crimson dyes, in reds that are not seen anywhere in the world. That's the earliest attestations that we have, aside from the images of illuminated manuscripts that we see in Armenian illuminated manuscripts, which are about 3-4 centuries prior to Marco Polo. That's all we have as far as solid evidence in recording. Other than that, unfortunately, we don't have any other recordings.
Okay.
Many greetings to you, Hraç. Thank you.
Great. Thank you again. Let's all thank our speaker once again for a fascinating presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Many greetings from Vienna. And thank you for organizing this wonderful symposium.
We look forward to your being in touch with your Telfaean cousins in the future.
Yes, thank you.
And Hanamis, I'm sure. Okay, our next talk also comes to us remotely. This one a little bit closer from New York. The title is The Armenian Silversmiths of Kayseri. And the speaker is Dr. Sylvie Marian, who is at the Morgan Library Museum. Let me read to you a little bit about the talk, and then we will introduce her. The 17th and 18th century workshop of Armenian silversmiths of Kayseri, where there were specialists of silver liturgical objects, existed for almost a century. So Dr. Sylvie Marian, who is a scholar and reader services librarian at the Morgan Library and Museum in New York, will present an illustrated lecture for us about these silversmiths, the techniques they use to make their products, and the sources of inspiration for their work. These included Armenian manuscript illumination, Dutch woodcuts reproduced in the Armenian language, and Dutch language books, as well as other surprising sources. Her talk will feature dozens of examples of these splendid objects now found in collections worldwide. So with that, we will go to you, Sylvie, if you can hear us and see us. Welcome.
Yes. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Everything okay? You can hear me? Okay, I hope so. I'm not getting an answer, but I hope everything's okay. Okay. So first I want to thank you for that kind introduction. And I also would like to thank the Ararat Eskican Museum and especially Maggie Goshen for inviting me to speak to you today. And also, of course, to Seta Antekelian for all her great help. So I'm thrilled to talk to you today about a remarkable group of 17th to 18th century Armenian silversmiths from Kayseri. They're remarkable because first, their work forms a recognizable group of stylistically similar objects produced over a period of at least 90 years, but probably more, as we'll see. Second, because we actually have the names of some of the silversmiths, as well as the dates the objects were made, which is unusual. And third, because of the identifiable sources of inspiration used by them for the iconography, compositions, and designs found on many of the pieces. So far, I have identified almost 60 objects from this workshop, ranging from the mid-17th to the mid-18th century and possibly later. They're found in collections throughout the world, as well as in private collections. Next slide, please. Next, thank you. This is a small sample of objects made in Kayseri from this workshop. We can see that they are quite, yeah, that's the right one. We can see that they're quite striking. Some are plain silver, others are gilt silver, some are decorated with colorful enamels, and a few even include precious or semi-precious stones. They're finely crafted and stylistically similar, and based on the quality and materials used, they must have been quite expensive. Most seem to have religious motifs on them, but not all. So just by looking at these generally like this, at these objects, we can surmise that the silversmiths made high quality luxury items and probably specialized in liturgical objects. But how do we know that these were made in Kayseri by Armenians in the 17th or 18th centuries? Well, we know this because on some of the objects, the silversmiths very conveniently left inscriptions in Armenian, giving us very vital information, including their names, the date they produced the object, and where they were made, that is Kayseri. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so here's one example of an inscription dated 1653 on the spine piece of a pair of silver covers made for a religious manuscript. This one is in the Morgan's collection, and it's particularly important because it's one of the two earliest dated objects found so far in this workshop. The other one, also from 1653, is at Princeton University. This inscription reads, "This songbook was made through the honestly earned assets and decorated with silver by the unworthy hands of Karapet and Hagop in the city of Kayseri, in the city of Gesaria, of course, they wrote, in the year of the Armenians 1102, which is equal to 1653, as a memorial for all time to praise our Lord Jesus Christ." This type of inscription is unusual to find on a silver object, but is not strange to find in Armenian manuscripts where they are called colophons, or in Armenian, hishadagaran. Colophons were written by the scribe and were usually found at the end of the manuscript after he had finished his laborious task of copying the text word by word, which could take years. Armenian manuscript colophons are usually very long, going on for pages and pages, and they give us not only the names of the scribe, his family members, the artist, the sponsor of the manuscript, possibly his teacher, the date and place the manuscript was produced, but also precious historical information which we don't get elsewhere. The scribe asks future readers to remember him and his family and all the other people mentioned who helped him complete this religious manuscript. He requests prayers for his miserable soul, even though he doesn't deserve these prayers because he is so untalented, vile, and unworthy. Basically, an all-around horrible human being, which is why he needs our prayers. The scribe has to be very modest when he's talking about himself, although he can praise the others who worked on the manuscript, and he will, of course, especially praise the sponsor or buyer. The inscriptions on the silverwork were written in the same spirit as traditional scribal colophons in manuscripts. Hence, the silversmith wants to be remembered for the pious deed of having created this religious object, even though he is clearly unworthy. Okay, next slide, please. Here are some more examples. 2 spines with inscriptions and one without. On the left is one produced in 1656 by the silversmith M. Hagop Malchas. In the center, plain silver covers dated 1670 by M. Ohanes Malchas. And on the right is an example of a spine piece without any inscription, just decoration. And by the way, the M used with their names is an abbreviation for the honorific term Mahdesi, which means someone who has made the pilgrimage to Jerusalem, a point of pride to emphasize their piety. Okay, next slide, please. In one case, instead of using the term Mahdesi to describe himself, the silversmith Karapet Malchas used the Turkish Arabic term Haji, which means the same thing as Mahdesi. When used by a Muslim, it means one who has made the pilgrimage to Mecca, the Hajj. But when used by a Christian, it means one who has made the pilgrimage to Jerusalem. In 5 other pieces, also dated 1691, the same silversmith Karapet Malchas used the M for Mahdesi instead. This is the only piece I've seen by anyone that uses the word Haji. Okay, next slide, please. Now, they didn't always put the inscriptions on the spine. As we see in this example, the text was sometimes put on the plaque itself. This one was made by Astvazadur Shahamir in 1691 and also includes some religious inscriptions in addition to the informative portions. Now, there might be another possible purpose for these inscriptions. Yes, they tell us the name of the worthless silversmith who made these objects and where and when they were produced, giving us important information for posterity and for curious future scholars. But could there have also been another use, maybe a bit more practical? I began to wonder if perhaps the inscriptions on these expensive luxury items, even if most of them were religious objects, may also have functioned as a kind of advertisement for this workshop. Next slide, please. So we're kind of used to this today. I'm willing to bet that most of you in the audience recognize the item on the right. And if you wanted one, you would know exactly what to ask for and have a pretty good idea of where to get it. But if you were a wealthy 17th century Armenian in the Ottoman Empire and came across a beautiful object like this one on the left, and you got the idea in your head that you too wanted to donate something splendid to your local church as a sign of your own piety and generosity, or perhaps to cover a personally owned manuscript, it would probably be helpful to know where to go and who to ask for once you got there. Whether intentional or not, the inscriptions certainly did function as publicity for the workshop. Next slide, please. Now, what else can we learn about the silversmiths from their inscriptions? Who were they? I have found almost 60 objects that I can identify as having come from this same workshop because they are stylistically similar and technically similar. A little less than half of these objects are inscribed and dated ranging from 1653 to 1741, and they are clearly identified as having been made in Kayseri. In the inscriptions, 3 family names are repeated: Malchas, Shabaz, and Shamir, or the variant Shahamir. Based on these names, we can postulate that these families were probably Eastern Armenian or Persian Armenian in origin, and they may have emigrated from those regions before the 1650s. Since the style of the work, the enamel colors used, and even many of the compositions are remarkably consistent for about 90 years and maybe more, the craft was certainly passed down to various male members of these 3 families, people who were all probably related by marriage. This is not unexpected. You pass down the family profession to your son, your grandson, nephew, etc. The inclusion of these inscriptions in classical Armenian, or Karapar, which is the language used in the liturgy, not the vernacular spoken by the average person, tells us that these silversmiths were literate. However, they were not theologians or priests. If they had been, they would have certainly told us that in their inscriptions, modestly. There are a few spelling errors in the inscriptions, some of which might have been due to local dialect. indicating that although literate, they were not as highly learned as an educated priest or an erudite scribe, who almost certainly would not have made such errors regardless of the local dialect. Okay, next, please. The next thing I want to explain is how these plaques were produced. This is the interior of the silver covers we just saw in the previous slide. The manuscript was removed long ago and is missing, enabling us to see the interior. These objects were all custom made for a specific manuscript and were produced using what's called the Reposse Method. That is, the plate of silver is placed on a malleable surface, such as wax or pitch, and using special tools, the silver is hammered and pushed from the back, forming a raised figure or design on the front. It is further refined and worked on the front afterwards with other specialized tools. These plaques were not made using dies or molds. And even though very similar compositions and designs were used repeatedly over the decades, none of the pieces is exactly the same. The objects could then be further embellished using colored enamels or jewels. Now, one important point I want to make is that even though most of the items which have come down to us so far are found on the covers of manuscripts, and we often call them silver bindings, they are not bindings at all and were not made by bookbinders, but as you now understand, by skilled silversmiths, whose expertise is quite different than that of a bookbinder. The manuscript is copied first on paper or parchment and then bound in the usual manner using wooden boards and leather to make the covers. And at some later point, and it could even be centuries later, the silver plaques were placed over the actual binding. Now, there are a number of ways these silver pieces could be attached to the manuscript covers. Next slide, please. The first method is probably the easiest and cheapest method, as it uses the least amount of silver. The silversmith makes two separate plaques, one for the front and one for the back, and they are simply nailed onto the leather-covered wooden boards. The nails are not regular straight nails, which would damage the book, obviously, but they are folded wires pushed through small holes drilled through the wooden boards and silver plaques, and then they're splayed out on the inside, as you see here, circled in red. We call them brads sometimes. Okay, next, please. The second method uses two plaques, which are hinged to a spine piece and then nailed on. The spine piece follows the natural curvature of the book's spine, as you see on the left, indicating that it was custom made. This method certainly cost more, since there is an extra decorated silver spine piece, perhaps inscribed, and which had to be physically hinged to the covers. This method was not really the best mechanically, because once you nailed down the silver covers onto the book, it could not open very easily. Next slide, please. The third method is probably the most clever. In this case, the silversmiths added silver turn-ins which fit over the front and back covers. They're like little flaps that you see on the right. This forms a cover similar to the brown paper covers many of us had to make in elementary school to cover our school books. No nails were used to keep the silver on the book, as they were not necessary. Even with the spine piece, since nothing is nailed down, the manuscript could shift and slightly reposition itself as needed within its silver covers. It could therefore move better, and the book could easily open. It utilized the most silver because not only did it have an extra spine piece, but it also needed extra silver for the turn-ins. And so it must have been the most expensive type that you could choose. Okay, next, please. So where do they get their inspiration from for their motifs and compositions that they used for decorating these plaques? One source of inspiration came directly from Armenian manuscript illumination, which they would have been exposed to as they had to actually handle the manuscripts for which they were making custom-made decorative covers. This example shows us the presentation of Christ in the temple. This exact manuscript on the left was the direct inspiration for some of the silver covers made in this workshop, because this manuscript also has a set of custom-made Kayseri silver plaques on it. In other words, both manuscripts, these two that you see, were at some point together in the workshop. And once they came up with a good idea for a composition, they used it repeatedly on other objects, as we see here. Next slide. So these are a couple more examples of the presentation of Christ. Now, the covers I've shown you are all undated. It's possible that they were made by the same silversmith, but not necessarily. Over the decades of its existence, the workshop style remained very consistent. These compositions may be the same, but they are never carbon copies of each other due to the slight differences in execution, details, size, use of different borders, etc. The silversmiths also emulated, next slide, please. The silversmiths also emulated Armenian manuscripts for some of the decorative motifs they used. This repeated trefoil design is a motif that was used by Armenian artists in manuscript illumination since at least the 13th century and was used in the headpieces of canon tables, incipit pages of the Gospels, or for dividing sections of text. Here it has been used for the headpiece of Matthew's incipit page in the 16th century manuscript Gospel book on the right. It's been replicated in a number of silver plaques from this workshop, and you see one undated example on the left circled in red. Okay, next, please. This same design was used in the door frame of this beautiful 15th century carved door from Sevanavank, which is the monastery of Sevan. This motif was clearly used in many different media for centuries, and the silversmiths from Kayseri certainly look back to their ancient traditions for inspiration. Okay, next, please. But not all their inspiration came from Armenian manuscript illumination. Some compositions are clearly Western European in origin, as we see in this example. These two scenes are not common in Armenian iconography and are not found in Armenian manuscripts. And I'm going to focus on the one on the left, on the back cover. It's a scene called Joseph's Dream. The event is described in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20. But when he had considered this, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, do not be afraid to take Mary as your wife, for the child who has been conceived in her is of the Holy Spirit. Joseph is fast asleep, and we see his little slippers by the bed in the red circle. The angel in his dream floats above him, and he is surrounded by some objects that we cannot completely distinguish. One item looks like it might be a jug, and I've circled it in blue. There's also an object with a serrated edge in the basket, circled in yellow. I first thought that this might be a palm leaf, but I really couldn't understand why there was a palm leaf here. What is it doing here? So where did they get these ideas from? Remember that although these silversmiths were highly talented craftsmen, they were not theologians. It is unlikely that they would have known enough about specific passages in the Bible or other religious texts to come up with these compositions without a little bit of help. Next slide. And that help and artistic inspiration came through the vehicle of illustrated printed books from Western Europe. The printing press was a European invention introduced by Johannes Gutenberg, who printed his famed Latin Bible around 1455 in Mainz, Germany. Armenians in the Near East were first exposed to the art of printing through European printed books brought over through trade with Europe as gifts from Catholic missionaries or brought back by Armenian merchants who went to Europe. The advantages of producing books with a printing press were obvious. You can reproduce multiple copies of the same text much quicker and ultimately cheaper, not in the beginning. Armenians naturally became interested in printing books in their own language, especially the full Bible. But printing is technologically complicated and requires highly skilled workers. This explains why Armenians initially went to Europe to learn the art of printing from the experts there. Why reinvent the wheel after all? And indeed, the first book printed in the Armenian language was produced in Venice, Italy in 1511 or 1512. Now, to print the Bible in Europe in their own language, they needed the permission of the Catholic Church. The Armenians first went to Rome for this reason, but they were never able to get the required permission from the Catholic authorities. And so the first Armenian Bible, seen here, was printed in the more tolerant Amsterdam in 1666 by a cleric named Boscan Yerevansi. Instead of instead of hiring artists to design new illustrations for their Bible, the Armenian printing house bought previously used wood blocks from a Dutch publisher. These wood blocks, designed by an artist named Christoffel van Sichem, had already been used for over 50 years to print woodcuts, which decorated many, many Dutch religious books, including a Bible in the Dutch language. We don't know the exact circumstances of how the Armenians got the wood blocks. Perhaps the Dutch publisher felt he had already saturated the market with these images and no longer needed them, or they may have been bought from his estate after his death around 1657. In any case, the Armenian Bible was thus illustrated with hundreds of Dutch woodcuts, 2 of which you see here. They were certainly seen as new, different, and even exotic to Armenian eyes, and were used in many different Armenian printed books, not just this Bible and not just in Amsterdam. The wood blocks moved with the printing press. Indeed, these images would have a profound impact on Armenian art of different media in the Near East for centuries, not only in silver work, but also in late manuscript illumination, ceramic tiles, embroidered liturgical vestments, and even later printed books. Okay, next slide. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to our previous example. Here we see the direct inspiration for this silver cover, a Van Sichem woodcut found in the 1666 Armenian Bible. Note his initials, CBS, which he included in most of his woodcuts, circled in red here. And now we can decipher what some of those unrecognizable objects are. On the left, circled in light blue, it's not a jug, but a plane placed on a table. A plane is a carpentry tool used for shaving or smoothing wood. And what I first thought was maybe a palm leaf in the basket seems to be a saw in the yellow circle, which is totally sensible, as these are tools appropriate for Joseph the carpenter. Also notice that 3 of the borders on the silver cover were inspired from a different page in the Armenian Bible, which you see on the far right. The top one is circled in red blue, but the left and right borders are also from the printed Bible. Okay, the next slide, please. I'd like to show you a few more examples. This is the Purification of Isaiah, in which Isaiah deems himself unclean and unworthy to see the Lord. So an angel takes a hot coal with a pair of tongs and touches it to his mouth to purify him of his guilt. That moment is depicted here. And I want to mention, if you notice on the woodcut, there are some vertical white lines. These are cracks in the wood block. Maybe that's another reason they got rid of them, because they were used many times and were cracked. Okay, next slide, please. This is one of my favorite examples, the Resurrection. The similarities between the woodcut and the silver plaque are obvious, but we should know that there are a few Van Sichem inspired images that are not found in the 1666 Armenian Bible, nor in the earlier Dutch Bible. They come from other books. For example, next slide. This woodcut of Christ surrounded by music-making angels is not found in the Armenian Bible, nor in the Dutch language Bible, but in another book called, I'm just going to give you the beginning in Dutch, Tishat der Zielen, something, something, something that I cannot pronounce in Dutch, but the full translation in English is The Treasure of Souls, or the entire life of our Lord Jesus Christ according to the 4 evangelists. The woodcut again includes Van Sichem's initials and is accompanied by a short poem. O Jesus, heaven's true joy, the angel's immeasurable pleasure, the thought of you in our mind makes us forget ourselves in you. Next slide, please. This is the front cover of the same manuscript that we just saw. Oops, nope, back one. Back one slide, please. Can you go back one slide? Okay, yes, that's it. This is the front cover of the same manuscript we just saw with Jesus and the musical angels. And this shows the adoration of the holy name of Jesus. This composition has been simplified in the silver work, but otherwise it closely follows the woodcut. In the woodcut, the Latin initials of Jesus Christ, IHS, are found within the crown of thorns at the top. This monogram was adopted by the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, as their emblem in the 16th century. But the Armenian silversmiths Karapet and Hagop instead used the Armenian initials for Jesus Christ, that is He, Ke, for Jesus Christos in red. Now, some of these woodcuts use a very Catholic iconography, such as this one, but I do not think that their use by these silversmiths means that there was a wholesale conversion to Catholicism by Armenians of the Armenian Apostolic Church in Kayseri. There was not. Some did convert, as we know there was at least one Catholic church. I'm not sure when that opened. But in any case, even though the images came from books printed decades earlier in Europe, they would have appeared as unusual, fresh, and as I said, probably rather exotic to their Armenian clients, all the while keeping within a Christian context. I would even venture to say that the silversmiths were probably not even aware that there was anything Catholic about these compositions. Now, this woodcut and some other Van Sichem images were not printed in the Armenian Bible, but they were used by the Kayseri silversmiths, which means that they must have had more than one Dutch printed book in their workshop, or a book printed in the Netherlands. Remember that Kayseri was on an important trade route, and it's not surprising that Western European merchandise, including printed books, would have made their way there. I cannot prove it, but I like to think that perhaps they had a number of these books in their workshop to use as model or sample books to show their clients. The customer could go through the book and choose a design or image that he liked and order whatever he wanted. Next slide, please. There are other compositions on some of these silver plaques that are definitely Western European inspired, but the exact sources have not yet been identified. I have not found them in any of the Dutch books with the Van Sichem woodcuts that I've examined, or anything else that I've looked at yet. For example, I want to point out the really interesting Last Judgment on the back of these covers. The central figure is supposed to be Christ, with the kneeling Virgin Mary on the left and John the Baptist on the right. An angel trumpets his horn to raise people from the dead, who are then separated into two groups, the righteous on one side and the damned on the other. I want to draw your attention to what I've circled in red. These are devils with horns and tails who are torturing the damned with huge pitchforks. This is not how Armenians typically depict Satan or devils. I've never seen a pitchfork in an Armenian manuscript illumination. The triangular halo behind the central figure at the top is another clue that tells us this originates from a Western European source. This symbol of the Trinity, usually seen on God the Father, is common in Catholic iconography. A woodcut or engraving from a Western European religious printed book, which served as the model for this image in silver, certainly exists somewhere, but I've not found it yet. Now, the fact that these silversmiths were getting their ideas from Armenian manuscripts or printed books should not be taken to mean that they were lacking in imagination or originality. Copying from a master was not viewed negatively, but was instead considered an homage to one's teacher or one's inspiration, and was considered part of the learning process for an artist. Even Van Sichem copied compositions by famous artists for their woodcuts, for his woodcuts, such as Albrecht Dürer and the Wierix brothers and others. And he sometimes included both his own CBS monogram along that of the model. So this was an old tradition. Next slide, please. Besides silver covers, these artisans made other liturgical objects too. A small but impressive one is this gold pyx, a container made to hold the Holy Eucharist. Only about 4 inches high, it is 8-sided with a hinged lid and a red jewel. The dated inscription by the silversmith Setrak, or perhaps in this case we should call him a goldsmith, it has been placed around the octagonal lid, and I haven't reproduced it here. On the left, the panel under the red jewel depicts the Last Supper with an inscription that states, "Take and eat. This is my body and my blood." This is totally appropriate for a container holding the Eucharist, the body of Christ. And on the right, we see Setrak's inspiration, a woodcut by Van Sichem. Next slide, please. A few more examples. On the left is an enameled container, which was probably used to store incense, traditionally used in the Armenian church. And you see the baptism of Christ on the front. On the right is another small pyx depicting Christ with outstretched arms. Okay, next, please. This large box is quite interesting as it includes a hidden drawer, complete with a removable tray containing 23 round compartments of different sizes. It was probably a box for storing the Eucharist. This was clearly something made for a church with Christian motifs throughout, including the Last Supper, the Virgin and Child, angels, cherubs, Old Testament prophets, and the four evangelists. It's clear that our silversmiths seem to have specialized in making liturgical objects, but we know that they made non-religious objects too. Okay, next, please. This is another beautiful jeweled and enameled box, quite small. We don't exactly know what it was used for. It's been previously speculated that this could be a reliquary box, that is a container for storing the relics of a saint or holy person, which could be a bone or hair or something. The building depicted may be the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, but there are no Christian figures on it, which we might expect to find. So perhaps it was something more like a fancy, expensive jewelry box. The workshop did definitely produce non-religious luxury items for household use. Next slide, please. Such as this indisputably household object, albeit rather luxurious and obviously made for a family of means. This is a special bowl used in the hammam, which is the public bath. When you went to the hammam, you brought your own personal supplies with you: soap, towels, clogs, and very important, a personal bowl for rinsing yourself. This undated silver bowl was surely made for a wealthy woman, as around the rim, it depicts women in the various stages of bathing at the hammam. On the left, in the center of the bowl, we see a woman entering the public bath, and we see what is probably steam coming out from a chimney-like structure, which I've circled in red. She is followed by what appears to be her servant carrying a large bundle, which contains her clothing, towels, etc. Below the central windows are two Armenian letters, Ra and Be, probably the initials of the owner. Around the rim are various scenes from the baths, and as you see in the details on the right, including women waiting in line to fill up their bowls with water, and below a woman rinsing herself from the head down using her bowl. And in addition to household objects, I think it's very likely that they also made jewelry in their workshop, but I cannot prove that yet. I mean, they have silver, gold, and jewels. Why not make jewelry? Okay, next. Next slide, please. Okay, thanks. This is my latest discovery. I have found multiple examples of these decorative silver dishes and bowls. The one on the right is one that was sold at Christie's a few years ago. They are undated, but they have ligatured Armenian inscriptions, which are only partly decipherable. The only one I can decipher, and I've had other people try also, is what's in the yellow circle, and it's hugas. These are ligatured, which means that the letters are stuck together. So sometimes they're very hard to read. Inspiration for the lion in the interior of both the bowl and dish comes from a Cilician coin, which you see in the upper right. And it probably wouldn't have been difficult to obtain a Cilician coin in Kayseri because it's pretty close to Cilicia. And I'm showing you that by the red arrows. And there's clearly a close connection with the Chinese bowl at the bottom, made for the Armenian market. There were Chinese things made and shipped westward. Ceramic specialists date this Chinese porcelain bowl to the late 18th century. For a variety of reasons that I don't have time to get into, I believe that the porcelain bowl was the inspiration for the silver work and not vice versa. If I'm correct, then this would push the existence of the workshop to the late 18th century, but I'm still working on this. Okay, next slide. This is the latest known dated silver work from this workshop, produced in 1741 by Hagop Mahdesi Shamir. So we know that this workshop survived until at least 1741 and probably later. At some point, it obviously went out of business, but we don't know exactly when or why. We just know that it lasted probably more than 90 years, and that's actually pretty good for a family business. The long existence of this workshop indicates that a certain strata of the Armenian community in this region was wealthy enough to commission and buy these sumptuous and expensive objects, whether liturgical gifts for the church or for themselves, or luxury household objects, thereby sustaining generations of craftsmen in this family business for a century or more. Did it stop because there was no longer any demand for these types of objects? Did the financial situation of the wealthy Armenian clients change in this period? Were there perhaps no more male descendants with the interest or skills needed to continue the work? Were there other political or historical factors in the 18th century that affected its continuation? We don't yet know the answers to these questions, although perhaps more research will shed some light. Next slide, please. Our examination of these beautiful objects today has hopefully given you a small glimpse into the lives of the talented artisans of the Malchas, Shabazz, and Shamir families, their descendants, and their patrons. I hope you'll now be able to look at these silver pieces as more than just attractive, expensive objects, but understand that they also inform us about the economic situation at the time, trade and artistic exchanges between Western Europe, the Near East, and even China, the techniques used to make them, and the high level of skill possessed by the craftsmen who produced them. And I thank you all for your kind attention, even though I am totally unworthy of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was a fascinating talk, Sylvie. We appreciate you. And you can hear me okay, I assume.
I hear you, but it breaks up sometimes, so I might have to ask you to repeat.
Okay.
I heard
fine.
that.
Okay,
thank you.
Great. So now our lecture is open to questions. We have the opportunity for questions from here at the Aradas Museum as well as online. Why don't we go to the online questions first? Seta will pose those.
Sure. So, Dr. Marian, thank you for your wonderful presentation. We have one question here that asks, someone actually who will be moving to New York very soon, Jackie Marashlian. I have a question about the obvious pattern of the blue throughout most of the manuscripts, and I'm curious to know the name of this kind of stone, or if it's actually an oxidization of sorts.
Are you talking about the stone or the enamel?
The question says to know the name of the kind of stone, but it
okay, you must be talking about the enamel, because I didn't show any close-ups of stones, and I'm not sure. There were on some of the covers that have stones on them, actual gemstones. There was turquoise and there were other colors. I don't know specifically. I've been told some of them were glass, so they may have been replaced. But if you're talking about the blue enamel, which is a kind of a light blue, almost turquoise color, enamel is made from ground up glass. And then it's made into a powder, and it's put on the silver, which is roughened up a little bit, and put in a very, very hot oven until it melts and becomes another kind of glass. So I don't know the exact formulation of what was used for the different enamels. I'm sorry, but that could probably be looked up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions from our audience here? Yes, wait for the microphone to come to you.
Hello. Thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you.
You mentioned that they used influences from the Armenian manuscript paintings on silver covers. Have you seen any commonalities between the silver cover that were made in Armenia prior and Gesaria, design-wise?
That were made in Armenia prior to Gesaria?
Kind of like in Armenian Highlands, let's say. Have you ever compared the silver covers that were made in Gesaria versus in
other silver covers? Okay.
Yeah, silver covers.
I have really focused on Kayseri because once I realized I could identify them, I started to seriously work on that and group them together. Now, I have looked at lots of other silver covers, and I haven't seen, well, let me rephrase that. Some of the older things, they will use more traditional Armenian designs, perhaps crucifixion or the four evangelists standing together, something like that. After the 17th century, you start to see a lot of resurrections. Not necessarily the one I showed you today, but the kind where Christ is popping out of the tomb. That one that you saw today is very clearly from the Christopher von Sickham woodcut. But in Europe, they started to use these resurrections with Christ. I call it Christ popping out of the tomb in some form, usually with a few guards who have fallen back or are asleep. And these came definitely from other European printed books. Because before the 17th century, Armenians did not depict the resurrection in this manner. They depicted the resurrection indirectly by either the harrowing of hell, where Christ goes down to hell and brings up the righteous back up, or by showing the three women at the tomb after Christ is resurrected. The three women go to the tomb, an angel is there, and he says, he's gone, he's risen, he's not here. So because in the Gospels, they don't actually describe the resurrection of Christ popping out of the tomb and floating up. So it's after this European influence that they start to use this type of resurrection. So you'll see a lot of resurrections in the 17th and 18th centuries. The problem is that most silver covers don't have names or dates on them or places. So I can't know for sure. You can tell from the style, and it'll be a little much more 18th century looking rather than 13th century looking, but you don't have precise dates. So it's hard to do that. That's why I focused on this, because I had a wonderful group with about a little less than half of them dated and named and the place. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? I think there's a question over here.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Just wanted to ask if you have any manuscripts, old manuscripts from the old city, Jerusalem. I see a couple of them that I saw in your pictures from Jerusalem. It says, do you have any collections from Jerusalem at all?
Do you mean a manuscript produced in Jerusalem, or do you mean manuscripts now located in Jerusalem?
Located in Jerusalem.
Okay. There are catalogs. Of course, you know, the Armenian Patriarchate in Jerusalem has thousands of manuscripts, but I don't think I showed any Jerusalem manuscript. I think what I showed was that jewel box, that jewelry box or reliquary box or whatever that box is, that has an image of something that might be the Church of the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem, because most of the pictures I showed were from objects in the US or Europe. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thanks.
We have time for more questions. Any more from the room? Okay, there's one here. If you could show, yeah, thanks.
Hi, Sylvie. Nice to see you. I was just curious, how did you find out about some of the things that are being sold in Christie's? Do you have little detectives that go around to tell you that
I'm the detective. You dig through, well, you can find it different ways. This particular one I showed you from Christie's, someone else had published that in an article, but he did not realize this was from Kayseri. When I saw it, I realized immediately. But I went through that. Then I went to that Christie's catalog, and then I found out that there were others. Oh, please see, we had a similar one 10 years ago and in this catalog. So you do a lot of digging, and you can also do some searching on the internet. And some things I found just on the internet searching, they didn't always realize these were from Kayseri, but you look, they knew that for example, those dishes and bowls had Armenian letters on them. So look silver, Armenian something, and you just dig and become a detective yourself.
I'm just curious, and because I have a couple of things that look like they could be from China. My grandmother had them in her house based on the collection, but they don't have any other information on them. I don't know what
Porcelain?
kinds of products. Yes.
Okay, I don't know anything about porcelain. So you'd have to find somebody who, the best thing to do would probably be to take some pictures and contact either Sotheby's or Christie's. They certainly have a specialist somewhere who might be able to help you. But I'm very ignorant about ceramics. This particular bowl was published, and a Chinese specialist said that it was late 18th century.
It was just interesting to find out that there was a market, that there was that.
Yes, I can, if you write to me at my Morgan email, which is smarian@themorgan.org, I can send you an article, a couple articles written about that, about the Chinese market.
Great, thank you. Other questions? Let me just pose a quick one for you. I was really intrigued, Sylvie, by the description of the inscriptions, the colophons that the silversmiths in Kayseri used in their liturgical books and so forth. How widespread a tradition was that outside of Kayseri for the silversmiths to actually use?
Not very widespread. That's why, as I was saying, so many of these other silver objects have nothing on them, or they might say crucifixion. There's a few that have a little something, but nothing as extensive and nothing is useful. Of course, in manuscripts, most Armenian manuscripts, unless it's damaged or the last page is missing or the, whatever, that was a very, very old and important tradition to have colophons in the manuscripts, but not on the silver work. There are some objects, but not as much. It's not like manuscripts. You'll find a lot of silver work with nothing on them. So
great, thank you. Any other questions from our audience here in person or? Okay, well, let's thank our speaker again for a fascinating presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so now we come to a period for a break. So you are all welcome to go outside. We'll have a break until about 25 minutes after the hour, so 25 after 4 in Pacific time. See you soon. slide of you. Okay, I think we're ready to get started. Maybe 1 minute. How's that? I Okay, if everyone could please get seated once again, we'll be able to get started. Go ahead. Okay, well, thank you all for coming back from our break. So we are ready to start the next session, the last session of this wonderful conference. This one is focused on Kayseri folk medicine. And the moderator for this session will be my dear colleague from UCLA, Professor Peter Cowie, who holds the Narakatsi Chair of Armenian Studies at UCLA. He is a professor in the Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures and is our local expert in Armenian language, literature, karapar, dance, music, as well as many other things. So Peter, I will turn the podium over to you.
Thank you very much, Anne. I'm very pleased that the Narakatsi Chair is a proud co-sponsor of this conference. I'm pleased to welcome you all to the final section of the program, which will highlight further aspects of the relation between Gesaria 1860 and Los Angeles 2022, focusing first on medical practices, the birthing process, and evocatively bridging the gap between the here and now and the then and there through the medium of poetry. So we have rich and very diverse offerings in store for you. Let's begin with a presentation on Kayseri folk medicine prepared by Dr. Adam Bujikhanyan of Montreal. Unfortunately, the speaker is unable to be with us today, and so I've been asked to read it. So please bear with me as we enter into the arcana of medical terminology. By way of introduction, I should say that the main source for the work is Arshak Alboyajan's groundbreaking History of Caesarea of 1937, which contains a wealth of information on this subject as on many others. The text is from Dr. Bujikhanyan's entry on the subject in the Hushamadyan website, which was translated by Mr. Simon Bukekyan. And the author would also like to thank Mrs. Karina Goshin for preparing the PowerPoint. Okay, so here we are, Kayseri folk medicine. And we begin with the geographic position of Gesaria and an overview of health conditions there. It is an accepted fact that the climate of an area can have an effect on the lifestyle, the daily practices, and health conditions there. In consideration of that fact, in the following, we are presenting an overview of the climate and geographic position of Gesaria, or modern-day Kayseri, historical Caesarea, which is located at an altitude of 1,050 meters in the central section of historic Cappadocia, in the northern foothills of Mount Argeus. Until the early years of the 20th century, it was home to many small cities and villages that were populated by Armenians, including Talas, Tomarza, Everek, Çumaklu, Germir, Fenese, and Mujusu. At the end of the 19th century, the Armenian population of the city of Gesaria was around 15,000. The area has a snowy, semi-arid climate consisting of warm summer days and cool nights. Rain would fall in the spring, early summer, and in the autumn. The residents of Gesaria spent their summers in tents pitched in their orchards, where they spent their nights under the sky. This custom contributed to the reinvigoration of their organisms and the development of immunity against infectious diseases. Infections, alongside the harsh climate of the area and the lack of basic medical knowledge, posed a serious threat to the health and well-being of the residents. In 1918, the travelers, such as John MacDonald Kinnear, described the insalubrious conditions of the city, the filth and stench of the streets, literally blocked up by dunghills, dead horses, the offal of animals butchered in the market, and stagnant pools of water. In 1878, another traveler, Hammond, reports, I quote, "The modern city of Gesaria is walled. Some of the houses are well built, but the place has, upon the whole, a ruinous and neglected appearance," unquote. Under such conditions, it is easy to understand how difficult it must have been to prevent the spread of infections and epidemics. Cholera in 1847 claimed 600 victims in the area, and Gesaria was struck by 3 famines, 1820-21, 1845, and a third in 1873-74. Given that children are some of the most vulnerable in any human society, it resulted in a high range of infant mortality, especially in the smaller and more isolated villages. Now, what do we know about the diet? Proper, healthful nutrition can prevent or help the organism fight off many conditions, including high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, certain cancers, and osteoporosis. A healthy diet is one that limits the consumption of fatty meats and makes generous use of vegetables, grains, and vegetable oils, limiting the consumption of salt and calories. Indisputably, the diet of the Armenians of Gesaria, especially in urban areas, was not in line with modern medical advice. Added to this was the fact that the men of Gesaria were heavy smokers and abundant users of homemade arach and wine throughout the year. Fortunately, women partook in alcohol only once a year at the Parigentan holiday. This, of course, is the Armenian for Mardi Gras, just before the beginning of Great Lent. Based on this knowledge, we will now evaluate the diet of Armenians in the different regions of Gesaria. Small farming villages, Chumakhlu, Tujun, Injesu. Arshak Alboyajan quotes the following passage from Aris Kalfayan's work, Chumakhlu, Gochnag Press, New York, 1930. Again, I quote, "Our ancestors had an extremely austere and frugal diet, yet they were strong and blessed with longevity," unquote. Hardiness attributed to the people's strict observance of religious fasts and their propensity for consuming a simple diet on a regular basis, consisting of milk, yogurt, tanabur, which is a yogurt soup, with rye or cracked wheat, and eggs. Meat was not an important part of their diet, served only on special occasions. Notably, modern medicine recommends rye, secale cereale, bread, to those who suffer from diabetes. More prosperous villages, such as the area of Everek Fenes, frugality in nutrition was also the norm, but the locals ate more meat, honey, fruit, molasses, and legumes, chickpeas, kidney beans, and fava beans, containing as much protein as meat. Others included potatoes, spinach, pumpkins, lettuce, and eggplants. And now we come to the larger cities in the region, such as Everek and Caesarea Kayseri itself. Meat here was an essential element of people's diet. The people of Gesaria had 8 different meat dishes, while those of Everek had 3. These dishes consisted of sausages, irishkik, sujuk, and a type of cured meat, beef or camel, coated with a paste containing fenugreek, called chormis, that is a dried meat in Everek, and chor and basturma in Gesaria, where the cured meats played the role of common cheese, writes Alboyajan. Now, what is the impact of this? A diet rich in meat has a negative effect on health. Batalia Ricci and others in their study titled Health Risks Associated with Meat Consumption, a review of epidemiological studies, conclude that regular consumption of meat, especially processed meat, correlates with mortality caused by cardiovascular disease, colorectal cancer, and adult onset diabetes. For his part, Alboyajan cites Dr. Varanyan, an Armenian physician working in Istanbul, saying 90% of his patients who suffered from stomach cancer were from Kayseri, from Caesarea. Now, we turn to a different topic, that of popular beliefs regarding medicine. Among those beliefs were the miraculous curative power of prayer and pilgrimage, mystical forces, the influence for good or evil of various spirits, among other superstitious beliefs. And the first area that we are going to focus on is childbirth. In villages and even cities, childbirth was performed by midwives who had accumulated traditional knowledge, or in the best of cases, by nurses. To ease the pains of labor, the birthing woman's mother-in-law would overturn a pot and then give her raw meat to swallow. She would also store water in her lap and give it to the birthing woman to drink. After cutting the newborn's umbilical cord, other types of quote-unquote sorcery would be performed to keep evil spirits away. The mother would be bathed in light for 24 hours to ensure that she did not fall asleep and have bad dreams. When the mother slept, her husband's belt and underpants would be placed on her blanket, while under her pillow would be a pair of scissors, a skewer, 2 onions, and a penknife. A cross and Bible were tucked under the pillow. If the mother had to leave the home, she would take the skewer with her in order to defend herself from any spirits that would waylay her. The onions were thrown out of the door when the newborn was baptized, while calling out, "Take on your heft, leave behind your lightness." This was done to rid the newborn of any pains. Importantly, the new mother was instructed to drink an infusion of senna, Cassia acutofolia, to soothe constipation. This is justified by modern phytotherapy. The newborns were bathed in lukewarm water and salt was applied to their armpits. Given the delicate skins of newborns, one can imagine the pain that these infants endured from the irritation of the skin and poisoning by the salt absorbed. Some boys were nursed until the age of 5. To cut them off from milk, ground pepper was applied to the mother's nipples. It is well known that breast milk contains immunoglobulin A, IgA, and other antimicrobial components, such as lactoferrin, which boost immunity against infectious diseases. Nursing children are particularly well prepared against diarrhea, middle ear infections, otitis media, respiratory tract infections, neonatal septicemia, and influenza. Many studies indicate the longer children are breastfed, the longer they are protected against these conditions. The Australian Breastfeeding Association, in one of its publications, recommends breastfeeding a newborn for at least 6 months and a mixed diet of breast milk and other foods up to 12 to 24 months. After the age of 2, the association recommends maintaining a mixed diet, including breast milk, for as long as the mother and child desire. Long-term milk secretion is involved in certain plants have galactogogic properties, among them anise, Pimpinella anisum, and fenugreek, Trigonella foinum graecum. We know that basturma was a staple in Gesaria's diet. Basturma's dark red coating contains ever-fragrant fenugreek. And now we move on to the next sphere of pilgrimage sites. We seem to have some problem here with the PowerPoint. Yes, pilgrimage sites. The monasteries and chapels of Gesaria, whether standing or in ruins, all served as pilgrimage sites for the locals. These also included certain caves and crypts. Notably, there was no tradition of icon veneration in Gesaria. Instead of praying to icons, people expressed their piety by lighting candles and making gifts. Women would often offer the gold threads they tied into their hair to the shrines of local saints. People came on pilgrimages to beseech the realization of their wishes for financial prosperity, or to seek miraculous cures for their diseases, or guidance finding spouses. Barefoot mothers would walk to the gates of monasteries to seek cures for their children's diseases. The most famed of the pilgrimage sites in Gesaria was the tomb of Saint Garabed, housed within the eponymous monastery. Pilgrimages to the site were undertaken on the Sunday of Vartavar, that is the Feast of the Transfiguration, with the pilgrims setting out from their homes alongside the animals they intended to offer to the shrine on the Friday preceding the feast. Spirits and other superstitions. The old crows of Gesaria and Munjusun believed in the existence of good and evil spirits and their influence on daily life. Many believed that some of these evil spirits, the owls or garahuras, appeared as young brides and trampled fecund women, removing their lungs and throwing them into the water, killing them in the process. The woman could only save themselves by biting the fingers of these gharahura. People also believed that spirits could spread diseases. They could possess children and cause tetanus and convulsive shocks. How could one be protected from the spirits? By making the sign of the cross and reciting special prayers before going to bed. One of these prayers read, Lusavorich baban hosa, piluna vras tzatzgotza. The mentally ill or crazy, quote unquote, were sometimes viewed as a blessing for the household. It was common practice to take the affected individual to the Greek monastery of Zingidera, where the Bible would be read to them to rid them of evil spirits. So we're talking here about a rite of exorcism. To prevent the introduction of fleas into homes during the warm season, the people would scatter ash on their thresholds. The piercing of a white poplar with a nail on Good Friday was believed to prevent the appearance of pimples and boils on the body. To prevent crossed eyes, strabismus, in Muntsujun, they believed that this could be prevented if during baptism, those present refrained from looking backwards obviously towards the opening of the church and to the region of the devil. To treat children with delayed speech, the people of Efkere placed the key of the monastery of Surtgarabed 3 times into the infant's mouth. Silver moldings of body parts causing pain would be taken to the monasteries of Surtgarabed, Surthagob, or Surtoros and Minas, believing that the pain could be treated remotely. So this is an example of telemedicine. To treat those who had been struck by the evil eye, an old woman would pierce a loaf of bread with the tip of a knife and spin the bread around the subject's head 7 times, reciting the Lord's Prayer. Children who cried excessively were smacked in the mouth with their father's slippers on a Friday. Returning to the topic of nursing mothers, those who suffered from pain in their breasts would spread out the long hair of their oldest daughters on the affected part. And then they and their eldest daughters would take turns combing the hair covering the affected breast. Now we move to other popular medical treatments. These included water treatments, i.e. hydrotherapy, for conditions like arthritis from the many hot springs in the area, natural medicinal treatments, herbs, animal products, and minerals, massage, surgical interventions, and bone setting. Al-Boaychan informs us that the city residents prevented the spread of infectious diseases by implementing simple antiseptic measures. Among these was steaming branches of the cedar tree dipped in vinegar, which filled the home with essential oils with antimicrobial properties. Modern phytotherapy confirms antimicrobial qualities of many of the ingredients of the fragrance of cedar trees. So natural medicinal treatments for various diseases and disorders. So we start with eye pain, and the treatment is to wash the eyes with an infusion of marshmallow leaves, Althea officinalis, and comments, antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory demulcent, also from mouth respiratory tract infections and ulcers. And also for ocular discharge. So the treatment is oil of egg or egg yolk, milk of a woman nursing a female child, and honey compresses. And the comment, the first contains immunoglobulin, the second provides protection against infection, and honey contains antimicrobial propolis. Now we move to the ear. So for ear pain, the treatment is an onion core, which is dipped in a special bakir oil. This is then inserted into the ear. Leek was also used, and comments on this practice: antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory oil, and soluble products penetration. And now then for the question of deafness. So the treatment, tonnier-baked apple/incense tampon in Cresa is a gum resin from frankincense, Boswellia sacra. And the comments on this practice: Boswellia has volatile anti-inflammatory products, producing a vapor when heated. Apple, acting as tampon, pushes vapors into the ear, opening up waxed channels. And now we move to tooth pain and mouth blisters. So the treatment here is employing the oil of dried buds of cloves, which contain eugenol. A mixture of clove oils and arach was gargled, arach mixed with ground pepper. And the comments: eugenol has proved antiseptic and pain-killing properties. Arach's alcohol has local anesthetic properties. The poultice was applied to the aching tooth. And now we move to headaches. So the treatment was to apply a paste of henna leaves on the forehead. Arach was rubbed on the forehead. Compresses of salted potatoes and onions were used as bandanas, and white cinnamous poultices. And now the comments on this: henna, Lawsonia alba, was used as a dye, contains substances acting as antiseptics, analgesics, or antipyretics. Arach contains alcohol and anise oil. Its evaporation cools down in situ so that one forgets the pain. Synapsis alba is known as a counter-irritant analgesic. Now we move to cough treatments. So in those cases, patches then were dipped in a solution of honey and peppers. Compresses of cotton exposed to the vapor of burning incense. Internally, marshmallow, figs boiled in milk, and sucking crystallized candy, nabatcheker. And comments on the practice: peppers are rich in heat-inducing analgesics, capsaicin. The vapes of incense have calming and expectorant properties. Anti-irritant, demulcent, calming, irritate pharynx, and the reflex of coughing. Now we move to hives. The treatment then is to drink apricot, Prunus armeniaca, the pulp of the apricot, in a water dilution, and liquid extract of Armenian bole, Bolus armenicus, a red-colored earthy clay. Comments on this practice: apricot contains vitamins A and C and ingredients having antibiotic properties. This is mentioned already in the 1st century by Dioscorides in his De Materia Medica. According to modern pharmacology, the clay extract may treat digestive disorders, neutralize poisons internally, and the effects of animal and insect bites and stings topically. And so automatically now we move to the bites of the scorpion. So the treatment is to rub the affected area with olive oil, having drowned a live scorpion in this previously. Olive oil has antibacterial, pain-killing, and slight anti-allergic properties. And the comments on this: so the author says we were unable to ascertain the benefits of drowning the live scorpion in the olive oil without stepping into the ambiguous realm of homeopathic theories. And then he moves to nausea. So the treatment is that patients were instructed to drink an infusion of lemon and mint. And the value of this, so the local action then on gastric mucosa by these essential oils. Next, we move to diuretic interventions. So the treatment then is to drink an infusion of parsley and corn silk. And the benefit of this: Modern therapeutics substantiates the use of parsley. Cornsig is also used as treatment for kidney stones and urinary tract infections. Now we move to tuberculosis. So the treatment is to drink the blood and eat the meat of dog pups. And a comment on this practice, such tuberculosis treatments can be found among the ancestors of the Britons, it is noted, who ate roasted meat and jelly prepared from deer antlers and drank buttermilk. Next, disorders of the digestive tract and diarrhea. So the treatment then is to drink ginger, Zingiber officinalis, the juice of that, and rice paste. And its benefit, so cooked rice starch turns into jelly, absorbing intestinal fluids. Ginger is also an antispasmodic. Diarrhea can be accompanied by colics, which are the result of spasms in the intestinal tract. Next, we move to fevers. So the approach is that the day patients are diagnosed, they were instructed to bathe in cold water. Then they drank a mixture of lemon juice, eggshells, consumed after the preparation had been stored overnight outside in the cold. And its value, lemon contains anti-inflammatory flavonoids, while eggshells contain glycosaminoglycans, addressing the two causes of fevers. In Everett, another treatment for fever was a mixture of garlic and vinegar. Vinegar has properties similar to aspirin, which would be augmented by the antipyretic ingredients in garlic. And now for hemorrhoids. So the treatment, the condition is characterized by painful swelling and prolapsing of the veins in the rectum, complicated by inflammation, itching, bleeding, especially in cases of vigorous bowel movements. Patients then were instructed to expose the area to steam of boiling water or vinegar. Another suggested treatment was exposure to the steam of boiling leaves of the mallow tree, Lavatera arborea malvaceae. And the comments on this practice, so the Malvaceae family have anti-inflammatory properties. They contain membrane-softening ingredients. However, it is unknown whether these ingredients are present in the steam of the boiled plants. Two other treatments cannot be explained by modern medicine. Patients were instructed to eat camel meat or fried frog meat. So now we move to the value of massage. Massage then to treat arthritis and nervous contractions. And these are of two main types. So the first, the treatment was, the patient was massaged with salt and arach, the local panacea, to induce sweating. Such massages and the manipulation of the flesh in the bathhouse were widespread practices in this part of the world. And then the second approach was that patients were instructed to lie down in a prone position, and a child was asked to walk on their back. And the impact of this, so kinetic treatments, treating nosebleeds, people were instructed to hold their heads up or hold their arms above their head. In the case of snake bites, a tourniquet was applied to the area of the bite to prevent the spread of venom. The venom was also sucked out of the wound, which was then covered. To revive those who had fainted, the locals bit their pinkies. And now in infection of nail cuticle, paronychia. So the treatment, wounds around the nail that became infected. This is the condition. And so the treatment, patients were instructed to place their infected fingers in a toad's rectum. Other means suggested were to tie around the finger flex cloth or sugar cloth compresses. And the value, so far it is unknown whether the rectal lining of a toad contains antibiotic chemicals. The cloth poultices would indeed help to drain the wound. Now we move on to boils. So the treatment, tie okra or sesame tahini halva around the boils. After the boil is drained, drain the pus, apply the dressings of beeswax and olive oil salve. Marshmallow poultices were also used. And the value of this, here the principle is initiating heat activating local circulation, mobilizing the body's defense mechanisms. Marshmallow is anti-inflammatory. And now with regard to swellings, the treatment is bread boiled in wine was tied to the affected area. And in the case then of wounds by the sword or knife, the treatment is mouse pups were dripped in olive oil. It's very similar to one of those previous approaches. And then the extract was applied to the wound. And the benefit, so young pups' bodies probably produced compounds having tissue healing properties. Now, if you are pierced by a thorn, so the treatment is the affected area would be treated with oily extract of roasted onion and another type of oil. And the comment then about being unable to ascertain the exact composition of this oil which is described. Any antibiotic, anti-irritant properties with emollient actions. This is the suggested impact of this approach. Now, to rid newborns or women of dirty blood, the treatment then is to release a small amount of blood from newborns prior to the 40th day after their birth. During spring, women were also bled. And the comment, this operation then would be performed in the baths using leeches on different parts of the body. And now on lesions and bruises. So the treatment is that bruises that appeared as a result of beatings, such as beatings in prison, i.e. bastinado, the affected area was covered by raise pulp poultice. And the impact of this, grapes and raisins contain flavonoids and tannins, which have anti-inflammatory properties and strengthen the walls of veins in the skin. And now we come to hydrotherapy. So the treatment is that towels soaked in hot mineral water were used to treat these pains. Cold water, in contrast, was used only to revive those who had lost consciousness. And the impact of the treatment, the springs around Gesaria were used to provide those treatments. Hydrotherapy is based on well-established scientific knowledge. And now on broken, dislocated bones or limbs. So the treatment, bone setters would manipulate bones, restoring dislocated bones to their original positions. After this operation, the affected area was wrapped in the skin of a sheep's head, or the affected area was treated with a mixture of arach and incense prior to being dressed. Poultices of tar, black pepper, and other spices were also used for the same purpose. Areas were also treated with poultices of soap and egg white. And the comment on these processes, the poultices probably helped by generating heat in the affected areas, thus speeding up bone metabolism and contributing to healing the fractures. Fundamentally, we come to the conclusion. So the material here I already broached at the very beginning. So from my own perspective, we obviously all would like to thank Dr. Bujikhamyan for researching this area in such detail and clarifying its validity from the perspective of contemporary studies and medical practice. And so let's join in giving a round of applause to Dr. Bujikhamyan for his study. So at this point, we will now continue to our next speaker. So we turn from general medical practice to the area of obstetrics and a more particular focus on the life and work of the midwife, Sifora Shnorhokian of Aintab, Gaziantep, of 1864 to 1940, which will be given by Dr. Khachik Muradyan of Columbia University and the Library of Congress. Bearing in mind the high incidence of stillbirth and death from complications of birthing from the pre-modern period up to the 19th and early 20th centuries, the skill and practical lore possessed by midwives was crucial in assuring as high a survival rate as possible. Our discussion yesterday on Setrag Timuryan's memoirs argued that Gesaria and the Eastern Ottoman vilayets constituted a male world. Yet here, this is balanced by consideration of the crucial role of women, not only in bearing children, but in securing the vital transition from the womb into the family and human society. For our online viewers, please use the Q&A function on the webinar to lodge your questions on this paper while it is in progress. Dr. Muradyan, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Dr. Kawi. Thank you, Maggie and Seda, for all the communication and helping with everything that had to do with setting up and preparing for this conference. And thank you, everyone who are here joining and have joined about this the past couple of days. It's been, you know, I've been following the previous several presentations, and it's been very enlightening and fascinating for me. I'd like to start with also quickly thanking the Shnorhokian family, the extended Shnorhokian family, who have over the past, I would say close to a decade now, been very generous with their time, for interviews, for providing photographs. And as this project is nearing its completion, and hopefully it's going to culminate in a book, I'm very thankful and grateful for their continued support. So let's delve into my presentation, my talk today, which is going to be on the biography of one midwife and whose life and legacy has been understudied, in fact, has not been studied, and has been under, in many ways, invites us to think about the role of Armenian midwives in the life of, you know, the Armenian communities, both before the Armenian genocide and in decades after. So there are hundreds of thousands of people in the world today whose Christian, Muslim, or Jewish grandparents' birth Sifora Shnorhokian attended. If your great-grandfather went into labor in Aintab or Aleppo a century ago, you may be one of them. Sifora worked as a midwife in Aintab from 1890 until her escape in 1922 to Aleppo, where she continued practicing her craft. By the time she retired, she had assisted in the birth of nearly 5,000 babies, documenting every single one in her register. Her younger sister, Nuritsa, also worked as a midwife and kept her own register from 1905 to 1952, about 3,500 births, also in Aintab and in Aleppo. In this lecture, I explore Sifora's life by mining her unpublished register and autobiographical notes and supplementing them with archival documents, newspaper articles, memory books, and interviews with family members, neighbors, and descendants of families she served. Now, necessarily, this is also a gendered history of the medical practice in the Ottoman Empire, a history of Aintab before and after the Armenian genocide, and of the near annihilation and rebirth of the Armenian nation. In Midwives, Society and Childbirth, Debates and Controversies in the Modern Period, editors Hilary Marland and Anne-Mary Rafferty ask, and I'm quoting here, "The midwife's position was often ambiguous. Was she purely a birth attendant, a specialist in normal births, or did she have a broader role in providing antenatal care, supervision of the newborn, even vaccinating and providing health education?" End of quote. Sifora was all of the above, and then some. She was a transmitter of the best that obstetrics had to offer, from missionary doctors to an Ottoman urban fabric of thousands of households, the provider of social services like collecting children's clothes from families whose kids had grown up and taking them to poor families with a newborn, the connector of the Armenians of Aintab, a third of the city's population before the genocide, whose volunteerism authorities sought when they needed to convey government decrees, and a woman whose name came to define midwifery in Aintab. And literally, quite literally, many in Aintab used the term Sephora as a synonym for midwife. Sephora was the second child born to an Armenian evangelical family in Aintab on December 21, 1864. That same year, George Wood, the secretary of the American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions, reported, I'm quoting here, "Aintab is indeed a wonder in missionary history. Last Sunday, we saw 1,101 persons in Sunday schools on a rainy day. In the morning congregation, there must have been 1,200 and nearly as many in the afternoon." End of quote. It is in this environment that Sifora is born, and a year and a half later, her mother, Annik Hamalian Shunorokian, I will show her photograph a little later, gave birth again, and I'm quoting here, "which is apparently why I got very thin," these are the words of Sifora, "and only started walking at the age of 3, end of quote. Her father, preacher Havachun Shunorokian, was one of the first evangelists of Armenian Protestants and continually traveled in the region. Still, he made time to teach her reading at the age of 6, and when his own pursuit of education took him to Marash 2 years later, he placed her at a school run by the missionary Josephine Koffing. The Aintab-Marash-Adiyaman triangle constituted the 8 Shunorokian siblings' microcosm in the decade that followed. Growing up in the Armenian evangelical community, Sifora attended missionary Miss Ellen Pierce's seminary for girls in Aintab and spent her summers in Adiyaman. Students of the seminary learned arithmetic, physiology, astronomy, domestic economy, theology, and modern Armenian, among other topics. Sifora graduated in July 1883, and she worked as a teacher in Aintab until July 1888. Soon thereafter, she began pursuing a career as a birth attendant. Sifora took on midwifery at a time when the Ottoman authorities waved the banner of pronatalism to combat demographic decline resulting from wars, territorial losses, and epidemics. Women's bodies served as, to quote historian Gülhan Balsoy, the site of intervention for this campaign. The state's effort to increase the Muslim population, fueled by anxieties of the Ottoman elite in the second half of the 19th century that the population was shrinking and the non-Muslim groups were actually growing, included reducing the high levels of infant mortality. When Sifora was training for the service, in her words, I wanted to engage in, namely ebelik, midwifery, with Dr. Fanny Andrews Shepherd in 1888, the Ottoman authorities had just promulgated another round of directives requiring diplomas and licenses for health practitioners. Yet many midwives shunned certification and continued their time-honored practice. Foreign medical practitioners, particularly birth attendants, were at the center of government scrutiny. When, for example, Dr. Fred Douglas Shepherd arrived in Aintab in 1882 with his bride to train new doctors, he had to take exams and received his Turkish diploma to practice in the empire. He practiced and taught at the Gesaria Medical Hospital attached to the Central Turkey College in Aintab. Mrs. Shepherd, on the other hand, taught medical botany, and she also amassed a large collection of local plant specimens, which is a topic for another lecture, and visited patients in clinics and at their homes in the city. Yet there was so much that they could do without trained nurses who were hard to come by. So in many ways, the shepherds appreciated it when Sephora was ready and willing to learn and work hard for them. And I'm quoting her again, Sephora, until July 1889, whenever needed, I was in the clinic. Whenever needed, I was in the city. Day and night, I worked for her, for Mrs. Shepherd, Sephora remembered, noting that Dr. Shepherd and Dr. Habib Nazarian, the former student who became a preeminent physician of Aintab, would also call on her every time they had a midwifery-related case. In the period between 1888 and 1890, Sephora observed at least 5 births attended by doctors, mostly by Mrs. Shepherd and one by Mrs. Shepherd and Dr. Nazarian. Before her first case, this is the first case that she essentially is assisting in a birth on her own, a baby whom she identifies in her register as Chil Garabed's daughter. Thereafter, she attended home births on her own, only requesting a doctor's intervention during complicated labor. Her backup physicians were Mrs. Shepherd, was a doctor, Dr. Shepherd, Dr. Nazarian, and Dr. Caroline Hamilton. For example, Sephora called on Mrs. Shepherd on a number of occasions in 1892, on Dr. Nazarian in 1891 for 3 complicated births, in 1896, again for another complicated birth, and Dr. Caroline Hamilton several times in 1900, 1903, 1907, again for complications arising during childbirth. The Ottoman authorities' efforts to regulate medical practice through permits and certification and to promote hygiene took a long time to take root and to bear results. Aintab in the late 19th century is a case in point. Sephora laments the fact that midwives ignored basic sanitation and hygiene and didn't even bother to wash hands. Upon asking for water and soap to wash her hands prior to examining a patient, she would often be told to finish her work and the water and soap will be ready for her. And when she'd say that she needed to wash before examination, they would ask, and I'm quoting Sephora's own words, "Nevarki elinis temiz." Why? Your hands are clean. They would then proceed to explain that she was the first midwife they encountered who made such requests. The entire process of home birth was awash with superstition. And we saw this in Dr. Bujikian's intervention in childbirth section as well. The locals had no faith in medicine or doctors. Kismet overrides all such human efforts, wrote Reverend James Wilson Pierce in his 1896 book. He may have exaggerated, but not by much. Sephora lists what she refers to as tuhav, strange, weird traditions in her autobiography, noting how some were detrimental to health and hygiene. It was customary, she tells us, to place 1 or 2 loaves of bread over the head of the midwife as she was cutting the umbilical cord, and then hand it to her to take home or to give to a poor person on the way. The family also gifted the midwife soap, which she had to take, otherwise she would risk getting to the afterworld with dirty hands. In case of stillbirth, the family would place the fetus in a bag, hang it over the door, and let it rot there. And these are one of the most powerful words in Sephora's short autobiography. She says, "The young are slaves of fashion. The old are slaves of habit." End of quote. Now, in many ways, we see many of these traditions and customs, by the way, I will not get into this because of time limitations, in memory books, memorial books from throughout the region. Memory books also alluded to the problem of high infant mortality, which Professor Crowley also mentioned. Krikor Kalusjan writes that sometimes up to 60% of children died largely because of ignorance and carelessness. He gives the example of his own family, listing the children his mother bore and how several of them, in fact, died at childbirth or within a few years. Now, in this environment, a 20-something unmarried midwife, talking about Sephora, who advocated for health and hygiene and shunned age-old rituals aimed at keeping evil spirits away, was bound to elicit resentment. All the midwives she knew were quite elderly, she says, Gayet Ihtiyar. Historian Zipporah Rubin describes the birth attendants in this period as, and I want to quote this from this article, just to give you a sense of the image of the midwife in this period. The old midwife, ancient and greatly experienced in birthing women, her age is emphasized in all the descriptions. These elderly midwives enjoyed the trust of the community. The public viewed them as having professional authority, even though they had no official qualifications, regarding them warmly and giving them titles of honor and esteem, end of quote. Sephora rightly points that it was unheard of for a young woman to practice midwifery. I have not encountered unmarried women in their mid-20s practicing midwifery in the empire in the extant scholarship and primary sources available until the 20th century. However, it is worth noting that in 1880, the founder of the first obstetrics clinics in the Ottoman Empire, Dr. Besim Emer, mandated that students enrolling in the midwifery course in the Military School of Medicine be under the age of 30. Sephora complained about receiving a lot of insult and hostility when she started her career. The greatest difficulty was the fact that I was a girl, and that was natural, she says. People, including elderly midwives who did not even wash their hands, again her words, referred to her as a girl without shame and honor. Utanmaz, namussuz, edepsiz are the words that she used. The caricature of the old, ignorant, gossiping midwife that emerges in Sephora's writings largely mirrors the views and biases of the doctors of the day, which eventually seeped into state narratives, public discourse, and historiography. Just like his missionary colleagues, Dr. Besim Emer would approve of Sephora's words about her fellow birth attendants. He had little regard for midwives to whom he referred to as ignorant, blabbermouth, filthy, old crones, Ihtiyara Juze, whose single virtue was to jabber and prattle, and I'm quoting here from his own words. Pitting the midwife against the physician involved more than the elevation of the science and art of the medicine, however, to borrow the words of historian Charlotte Borsts. Despite the gossip and accusations, Sephora managed to carve out a space for her practice within 2 years and never looked back. Quoting her, by 1891, I had become known. On that year, I assisted in the delivery of 16 babies and didn't charge for most, she wrote. The next year was better. She looked after a woman at home for 200 kurush, assisted in the birth of 65 babies, and starting in November, worked 3 days a week until noon as a translator for Dr. Caroline Hamilton. January 1892 ushered in a new era. Sephora had just turned 29, and during that month alone, she assisted in as many deliveries as she had during the entire year in 1891. By the early 1900s, she had established a reputation for successfully catching breech babies, prompting other midwives to call upon her to turn breech babies or attend their birth. She was on her way to not only becoming the city's best-known midwife, but bringing hygienic practices into home births, one case at a time. Perhaps no less important was her effort to document all of these births in a register that would be the only such document from the Ottoman Empire, alongside her sister Nuritsa's that we know of. Financial stability followed. In the early 1900s, Sephora began averaging more than 200 kurush per month from attending births. She noted the amount received from each birth, summarized the number of births, and the total income for each month. Remuneration, of course, varied widely. She conducted with the relatives and neighbors of Sephora. In my interviews, they corroborate the benevolence and kindness that the registers hint at. In many cases, she did not charge families. The sisters were extremely generous in their time, going out of their way to help families in need in their neighborhoods, first in Aintab, then in Aleppo, beyond the call of duty. Midwives diaries and registers have served as a tremendous resource for scholars across disciplines. Take, for instance, the diaries of midwife and healer Martha Ballard, 1735-1812, which is referred to as an unparalleled document in early American history, which has around a record of around 814 births, which gives us an account of essentially life in a small American town. There are others across the Atlantic, midwife Mary Eves of Spon and Coventry had more in common with Sephora, who was 11 when Eves died. Eves attended 5,000 births and left behind a detailed 3-volume register, a rare primary source. It is referred to, the document is referred to as a rare primary source, offering, and I'm quoting here, unique insights into midwifery practice in an English city in the second half of the 19th century. Unlike Sephora, however, Ballard and Eves were married, both by their 20th birthday. Single midwives were a rarity, and not just in the Ottoman Empire. Sephora's meticulous register served practical purposes during her career, accounting, reporting births to local authorities, but it is also all the more invaluable for the Ottoman social historian and demographer. She numbered, dated, provided demographic information, medical notes, and other pertinent details about 4,978 births. If she knew a family member of the newborn, Sephora identified the parents to the family member, Tutuncu Toros's daughter-in-law, Tavukcan Khacher's son Moses. Most often, she only identified one parent, Gevolanyan Zabels, Gürünlü Mariams, Kulaksız Moses's. She also identifies the religion of the parent, particularly when they were Muslim or Jewish, and referred to their ethnic background, Kurdish, Circassian, etc. Their town of origin is also sometimes mentioned, or the neighborhood in Aintab and later in Aleppo, where they lived. She also made note of long-awaited births families celebrated. First child born alive after 8 stillborn is one example that she notes. First boy after 5, 6, or 7 daughters. First child after 16 years of marriage. First child at the age of 41, etc. Very rarely, when the parturient woman behaved in an unacceptable manner, she noted down a word or two about it. Çok denksiz, very unstable person, or edepsizin biri, a shameless, rude person. Sephora provided insight into the birthing process, noting down very long labor. For example, she mentioned in certain cases how the child was born after 40 hours. Stillborn 4 days after water broke, and indicating when she helped term breech babies or delivered breech births. There's multiple examples from her notebook. Much was also gleaned about congenital anomalies in Sephora's entries. She reported birth defects and that may be diagnosed today as anophthalmia, a condition where the child is born without one or both eyes, cleft lip, and a number of other cases. I'm going quicker here because for time considerations, spinal birth defects and others. In other instances, she referred to the child as disabled without providing details. Not included in the ledgers are the tens of thousands of home visits during which Sephora offered pre- and postnatal care, including to women whose deliveries were assisted by other midwives or whose circumstances forced them to deliver without birth attendant present. I know one case, for example, where the baby is born on top of a hill and without any midwife being present. And then it's only later on that she will come and visit the mother at home and provide counsel. Now, the day the Ottoman Empire entered World War I by attacking the Russian Empire's Black Sea coast, this is October 29, 1914, Sephora assisted in her 3,513th delivery. She lists him as the son of a man named Kevork Bayanduryan. The Committee of Union and Progress enacted the deportation of the Ottoman Empire's Armenian population in the spring of 1915, in tandem with the empire-wide arrest of Armenian intellectuals and leaders. Within months, hundreds of communities were forcibly removed from their ancestral lands and marched in the direction of the regions of Aleppo and Deir Zor. Now, Aintab Armenians were deported beginning in August 1915. Evangelical Armenians were among those exempted from the initial waves of deportation from the city, and the local authorities entrusted the Shnorokian sisters to go door to door and notify them of this exemption. Again, as midwives, they knew everyone, right? Most were deported after subsequent orders arrived, not sparing evangelical and Catholic Armenians. Most of the 36,000 Armenians living in Aintab were deported in the direction of Hama and Homs or to the Syrian desert, but a few thousand managed to stay, including some families of Armenians serving in the military and those with expertise necessary for the local population. For more on the history of Armenians of Aintab and the Armenian genocide there, my colleague and friend Ümit Kür's work is a significant contribution. The Shnorokians were among those who stayed behind. Sifora and Nuritsa were considered important, as you can imagine. They continued attending births in the city, although the decline in the number of Armenian births and the rise of Muslim and Jewish ones in their caseload is palpable beginning in 1916. And we see it in the notebooks, right? Suddenly the number of Armenians is fewer and fewer, and we see them attending more Muslims and Jews in this metropolis. As the last Ottoman Turkish soldier pulled out of Syria in 1918, so what happens is that Armenians strive to reconnect with their loved ones in their hometowns, and from all over, many people are going back, thousands are going back, including to Aintab. And but the circumstances leading up to the establishment of Turkish Republic and in the years that follow, increasingly are becoming difficult. In late November 1922, Sifora, Nuritsa, and several of their siblings made the journey out of Aintab, escaped the city, and they headed to the Akçakoyun Railroad Station, which is well known to people from the area, escaping to Aintab, in Sifora's words, out of fear. And Sifora wrote in her ledger, Aintab işimiz bitti. And that's how their work and their life in Aintab was over, and that chapter of their lives was closed. They would never be able to go back. Now, arriving in Aleppo, the sisters continue practicing midwifery. So both Sifora and Nuritsa, I'm focusing in this lecture on Sifora only, assisting in the delivery of hundreds of babies of genocide survivors as Armenians rebuilt their lives in Syria's northern metropolis. During the first weeks of their arrival in Aleppo, Sifora attended one birth in December 29, while her younger sister, Nuritsa, attended 3 births, December 1st, 9th, and 11th. Hundreds of others followed. Yet the sisters were hardly the only Armenian midwives in Aleppo. Several other Armenian women, locals and refugees, attended births in 1920s and 1930s. Some even ran newspaper ads about their practice. One such example is Nartuhi Dilanians, who introduced herself as, in the newspaper ads, as midwife graduate of the French University. The ad went on to explain that Miss Nartuhi cures all uterine illnesses with the latest scientific methods and without pain, and assists in deliveries, taking all the necessary disinfecting measures. But the conditions of childbearing remained far from ideal for many refugee women. This clashed with the discourse on the rebirth of the Armenian nation that resounded in churches and community centers. As one newspaper lamented, Armenian women suffering from birth pangs who are called upon to perpetuate our race are forced to bring to this world the new generation of Armenians while deprived of the most basic needs, subject to the whims of the climate, in huts riddled by holes, in the presence of other children, end of quote. Soon enough, community leaders began exploring options in order for refugee women to not give birth in camps, and a birthing center was established with a generous donation from an Armenian donor in the United States. Speaking mainly of Beirut and Aleppo, political scientist Nicola Migliorino observes, the place where the reconstruction of the Armenian world began was the refugee camp. It was in the late 1920s and in the early 1930s when the refugees could gradually start to move from these initial shelters and install themselves in new purpose-built popular Armenian quarters. A similar gradual, end of quote, a similar gradual move occurred as birthing center and hospital replaced home as a locus of childbirth. Yet many women preferred home birth and appreciated the pre and postnatal attentiveness and care midwives like Sephora and her sister Nuritsa offered. And when these children grew up and formed families of their own, they often sought the familiarity of the very same midwives who helped bring them to this world. The ledgers reveal that it was not uncommon for all births in a family over 3 generations to be attended by the 2 sisters. And I have multiple examples that different families have given me. I have these photographs of, families, 3 generations, where pretty much every single person in the picture, their birth, the sisters were present during their birth. Sephora attended her last birth on July 1st, 1938, at the age of 73. Serpuhi Abrahamian delivered a girl, Mary, in the Midan neighborhood of Aleppo. On May 28, 1940, Sephora passed away. A family member, likely her sister Nuritsa, jotted down the time of death in her register, 4 p.m. It marked the end of an era. Nuritsa continued practicing midwifery for another 13 years. After her death, family members kept both registers and passed them on to the next generation. Eventually, these registers journeyed across the Atlantic and are now kept in the home of a family member in New Jersey. Now, before I conclude, I'd like to share a few images of the sisters and then take it from there. This is an image of Almig, the mother of Sephora and Nuritsa Shnorokyan. This image essentially to the left, we have standing Nuritsa and Sephora with other family members. And these are some images from the ledgers, notebooks that they kept. You notice here the details. They're in Armeno-Turkish, mostly in Armenian letters, Turkish words. On the top, you see how many births, they're summarized, how much they charge for it, and additional information about each birth. So this was, I first encountered these notebooks in the home of a member of the Shnorokyan family, and I made quick copies with my camera of the 2 notebooks, and as many of us historians are used to, we make a lot of copies of a lot of things, and they stay with us until the time comes, and sometimes the time never comes for us to actually write about them and work on these projects. And that time came to me in 2015 when I was contacted by a number of academics in Gaziantep, in Aintab, in Turkey, who wanted to commemorate the Armenian genocide, the centennial of the Armenian genocide, for the first time in their city. And they asked me if I would be interested in giving a talk there. And I thought, what a wonderful opportunity for me to return, to go to Aintab. And through my talk, create an opportunity for these 2 sisters to return to their hometown and tell the locals about their story. And that's what I did. I traveled to Aintab in March of 2015, and in front of an audience, of a large audience of mostly, as you can imagine, non-Armenians, Turks. I addressed essentially the people of Aintab in Turkish and talked about the two midwives. And I said, it is symbolic that, you know, the first time these notebooks are ever being publicly shown is in Aintab. I said that through these notebooks today, the two sisters return home. I said that as I stand here today and look at you, I can't help but think that there are many among you who are grandchildren and great-grandchildren of those Nuritsa and Sephora delivered a century ago. It is likely that Nuritsa and Sephora were the first to hold your grandparents and great-grandparents. These two women, I said, who served this town for decades, left with pain in their hearts and with three words on their tongue. Antep'te işimiz bitti. Like Nuritsa and Sephora, thousands upon thousands of Armenians left this town, never to be able to return again. But they took a piece of Aintab with them. How could they not? They lived with longing for their town until they died. And I conclude by saying that today, those who committed the massacres against Armenians in 1895, 1909, and then in 1915 are long gone. Gone also are those who survived those massacres. Sephora, Nuritsa are all dead. But they did not take their memories with them. Through their accounts, their stories, and their notebooks, they passed their memories on to the generations of Armenians growing up far from Aintab. The grandchildren and great-grandchildren of Sephora and Nuritsa are alive. And the grandchildren and the great-grandchildren of the people of Aintab, whom Sephora and Nuritsa delivered, are also alive. Some may be sitting right here, I said, in this hall. Look around. 100 years after the Armenian genocide, it is time for their memories to also be your memories. It is time for you to tell the grandchildren of Sephora, of the families. Sephora and Nuritsa never had children. Of Sephora and Nuritsa, that you are committed to truth and justice. And the opportunity to address that audience there essentially was the beginning of a long journey that continues to this day. As I was engaging in other projects, working on my first book, I kept conducting interviews, talking to people. We started a project of digitizing the ledgers and preparing them for publication. And that was completed right before the pandemic. And ultimately, I do hope that this project is going to be an opportunity for us, not just to learn about much of what just preceded, but the way my larger work is framed. It is also about how we think about our history. You know, Sephora and Nuritsa do not play a major role, do not have a large place in memorial books, where oftentimes, you know, physicians, doctors were highlighted, spotlighted, mostly men. And in many ways, I'm hoping that this project, this work, is also a way for Sephora and Nuritsa to be appreciated more and greater in our own communities around the world. I will conclude here, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Very illuminating talk on this fascinating midwife. You really have made it come alive for us so vividly in your presentation. I'm sure that also it has elicited many, many questions from our audience, both in the hall and online. Perhaps I could take advantage of my position to raise one immediately with you. So this is a fascinating document that you have come upon that lists something like 5,000 births, if I recall correctly, that were administered by Tzipora. And I was very curious, obviously, as you indicated, there are important demographic changes which took place in Aintab. But I was curious overall, do you have any sense then of a taxonomy? Does she indicate the sort of community from which then these mothers, these families came? You mentioned both Muslim, Jewish, and I guess Armenian and Catholic Armenian. I was very curious if you had the opportunity so far to conduct a sort of taxonomy to get a sense overall of how this pans out in terms of the communities that she served.
Yeah, thank you for the question. She does mention specifically, particularly when she's serving, Muslim communities. She mentions Mormons also, for example, or when she's serving Jewish community, members of the Jewish community in Aintab. And then later on in Aleppo, again, she will make references to non-Armenians. It is difficult to have, offer specific percentages, accurate percentages. But I would say that overwhelmingly, but we can have a picture by looking at by studying essentially the digitized file, which I have not done yet in terms of offering specific percentages. We can have a picture of, the percentages of the different communities as far as she is listed involved here. It's important. I say it's not accurate. It's not possible to be accurate is because oftentimes it's not really easy to identify the person when she does it. Some of the names that she offers are not names from which we can glean much. Oftentimes, of course, she almost never mentions the name of the child, right? She's typically talking either mentions the name of one of the parents based on the person she knows, right? Sometimes not even that. She will mention the name of the relative that she knows, right? So that's how it's listed. But I do feel like particularly Sephora has been diligent in listing at least quite often if the person was Jewish or Muslim. She has also listed cases where, for example, the imam of the local mosque, his children, gendarmes, their children. So these are the segments that I'm working on right now, and again, it gives it offers this fascinating look into life and death in this community, and but it's safe to say that overwhelmingly the children whose births she attended were Armenians. This is, I would say, true, certainly more than half for the case of Aintab, and certainly more than half, if not 2/3, in the case of Aleppo. But we also know from interviews from the Aleppo part. So I have managed to interview several of their neighbors in Aleppo. Of course, in Aintab, their neighbors are not around. But in Aleppo, particularly Nuritsa's even next door neighbors in Hayal Borhul were people I did interview. And there are these wonderful stories of service in which most of the people in the neighborhood, without any distinction, would come, for their help. And they served both as midwives, nurses, and oftentimes as doctors for people who really did not have the resources to go to a doctor or go to the hospital.
And just building on that, I was very curious. So how common would this be as a practice for a midwife from one community to serve quite widely outside that, as in the case then of Tzipora and Nuritsa?
Thank you. That's a great question. It was not at all. So mostly in the case of Muslim midwives, they served Muslim communities. The same is true based on what we know from the scholarship on Jewish midwives. We do know, however, that in the case of Sephora and Nuritsa, this was, as we've been talking about, not the case. She did have that kind of access into the homes of these different communities. And it's worth noting, though, by the way, that communities often preferred to have a midwife from their own community because of the customs. They were familiar with the customs and everything also, right? I mean, so there were just religious reasons, there were reasons that had to do with custom, and they wanted to have people that they can, engage in all these like different traditions with, right? With the midwife. And so that is also an important factor. But ultimately, it's fascinating how, in the case of Sephora and Laritza, they were able to cut across communities in Aintab in the 1800s and early 1900s in ways that we do not really see. Granted, as I said, we do not have a document anywhere like this from the Ottoman Empire, right? And much that has been written about midwifery in the Ottoman Empire is written on Muslim midwives. And even that is not really from the perspective of the midwives. It's written, I mentioned Wilhelm Balsoy's work. It's based on Ottoman documents, decrees, laws, some petitions, and issues like that. So again, we are in many ways in uncharted territory. So I would qualify, and I'm cautious with what I'm saying.
Quite fascinating. Any questions from the floor? Yes, so if you just wait for the mic to come. Yeah, over here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi,
Okay.
Ajik, thank you very much. That was fascinating. I wanted to know, did she ever mention, or do you know otherwise, I might have missed it, what happened to children who didn't survive? Did they have religious burials like others? What was the end for them? Or their final rest?
So there were certain traditions that I did briefly mention in the beginning of my talk about hanging and she mentions them in her own notes. So she has some notes, not just her short autobiography. She has some notes about different medicines that she would mix. She has some recipes. She has a few pages about the different customs, including how, for example, for stillborn children, they were hanged outside the door and left to rot. And she found this to be a bizarre practice. So I do not know how common this was, but this was something that clearly she noticed and she paid attention to. She also talks about many other customs that have to do with bathing the baby, and essentially taking care of the parent, the mother in a certain way, and other customs about going to church after, etc. That has been also documented in a number of Armenian memorial books, and was also even briefly mentioned in Dr. Bujikyan's presentation that Dr. Kawi read right before me.
Yes, go ahead over there. Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for this great talk. I loved the ending, that was a nice closure. My father's cousin was one of those midwives from Marash to Aleppo. Anyway, I just want to know the audience, when you went to talk in Aintab, how big was the audience, and how receptive they were, and lastly, were there any deniers who tried to disrupt your talk? Thank you.
Thank you. I already felt bad that I talked too much about the lecture, but I'm happy to show you a picture from the audience and say a few words about that. So this was a scene from the audience in the hall. This is right before the talk started. There were many others who joined afterwards. People were standing in the back. I mean, it was a big deal for Aintab because it was their first commemoration of the Armenian genocide. They had no idea what was coming, though, in terms of, and it was one of those moments where denial I don't think is possible, right? In a way that, I had worded everything, just telling the story of these two women and connecting it to the everyday lives and the families of the people of Aintab. I'm not sure what can be denied, right? And there wasn't any. What I did have is afterwards, I did have a couple people at least. One elderly woman who came, approached me and hugged me. And she said, that her family members were actually among those who, were, born and, with the Sephora or Nuritza, I don't remember now, essentially attending their birth. And so that happened a couple of times. I tried to keep in touch with some of these people. It's been very difficult to identify the names. I've had the luxury of, meeting hundreds of people who are Armenians, who are children or grandchildren of names mentioned on that in these notebooks, but not enough Muslims from Aintab. And I would very much like to change that before my book is published. And I do hope, I'm optimistic. I'm trying different ways of doing that, and I'm optimistic about that as well. But I have to say that when you tell this story, it's not about anything else anymore, right? I think the Shnorhokian sisters, their story in Aintab just becomes the event itself, and it's very difficult to push back against that kind of thing, right? I'm not inserting any kind of other statement that really can handle pushback or denial. I'm just telling them the way things are. And in fact, for the most of the speech, I didn't even use the word genocide. I said, why, right? It's only in the end that I talk about the genocide and justice. Because again, I want the story, their experience, to tell the story, and it did. It's more powerful than any speech one can offer on the genocide. Thank you for the question.
Yes, Seta, we have already some questions also online.
Yeah, yes, some actually were answered. They've already been answered, but we do have one. I know, Khachik, you mentioned that you will be publishing your book. In the book, will the birth records be made public, or the question regarding the birth records? Yes,
so the birth records are going to be made public before the book. They're going to be made public online so that people can actually look at them. It's not going to be attached to the book. So we have completed the first round of essentially preparing an Excel sheet of every single birth record. It took a couple of years, and I'd like to thank everyone involved in making that happen. And all those acknowledgements are going to be available when we post it online. It requires some more editing work because it's just, as I mentioned, it's Armeno-Turkish. It's not that easy to transcribe, but we do have, at this point, the transcript is ready. It's been ready for the last, I would say the first round was finished towards the beginning of the pandemic. And so I am hopeful that by the end of this year, it will be publicly available, and people will easily, I'm not sure how easily, but will be able to find names if they have any kind of date or some kind of reference that they can connect to or attach. And my experience has been with people that I have talked to who have written to me saying that, do you know someone who was born in 1860s, for example, in the 1880s or 1905, for instance, right? Such and such person. And I have sent them those, that page. More often than not, it's possible to find people. It's not always the case, but again, between the two sisters, we're talking about a significant percentage of Aintab's Armenian population. And then later on in Aleppo as well, we're talking about several thousand Armenians. And so it is a fascinating, wonderful document. And once, once that this searchable thing, file is available online, I'm sure many other stories are going to emerge that that I don't know of. Not everybody, reaches out, and not everybody is aware of this project. Thank you.
Dr. Cowie, if I may, one other comment. I just wanted to share that Arpin Zadakyan is live on Zoom with us, and she shares that Sephora was her great aunt, and she was the aunt of, she says she was the aunt of my paternal grandmother, Angel Shuman. So just wanted to share that in the spirit of us making family connections throughout the day
Thank you.
today.
And thank you, Arpin.
I just have one further brief question myself, I think we probably have time for. I was very curious by what you were saying about some of these characteristics of Tzipora that marked her out from her environment. In particular with regard to some of these modern approaches that she embodied. The first one was the emphasis on hygiene, hand washing, etc. And the second on the shunning of these age-old rituals connected then with the birthing process. I was very curious as to what the factors were that led to that, and whether in fact one of those may have been her upbringing at home. Particularly, you mentioned that her father was Protestant. I wondered if that might have had some impact as well.
Sorry. Certainly her training had a lot to do with it. She was essentially, there were 3 doctors, in fact 4, that she worked with in the early years between 1888 and from 1888 onwards, all of whom were trained either in the West, and they were physicians, or were trained by physicians who were trained in the West in the Ottoman Empire. And so working with these 3-4 doctors, she was very privy of the changes in medicine of the day, and she was quite knowledgeable about that, and therefore this was part of her practice from early on. This was not something she was learning as she gained more experience, for instance. That's one. Her sister also received training, and her sister also adhered to all these essentially guidelines and parameters. And it's really fascinating to see how they navigate these 2 worlds, right? You don't see them often being very aggressive when these practices are being, or traditions are being, essentially playing out in front of them, unless they feel that there's it's unhygienic or it's problematic, or it would affect the child or the mother, right? So they will let them go through, these different, traditional rituals and everything, as long as there's nothing, that would endanger the mother or the child. So they have navigated that, it seems, from whatever records I have seen and whatever, quite well. So they were not really going around in terms of like trying to force people, but again, household after household, you can see the impact of these 2 sisters essentially going into literally thousands of homes and bringing these, practices into these homes and shifting the thinking on childbirth in the city.
Yeah, quite remarkable. So let's give a round of applause once more to Dr. Muradyan. I'm sure I speak for all of us that we are very much looking forward to the publication of your book. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now I would like to invite Tina Demircan to read a selection of her poetry in which she evokes her roots in Gesaria in response to various stimuli that stir and reinforce her affinities with her family and community there. Yesterday, we saw her in the role of memory keeper in preserving the tangible remains of a heritage. Today, we will witness her personalized response to that memory, how she has made the story her own, and how she distills those powerful sensations and emotions through the vehicle of words. Again, for those following online, please register your questions on this part of the program on the Q&A feature. Tina, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for those who are here at the Aradas Museum and those online. First of all, I wanted to say thank you so much to Maggie. The work that she has helped us create, the partnership that she has helped us create along with Seta has been very powerful and has really brought to life the importance of connection and collaboration. We as either Armenian or non-Armenian, I think if we are connected, we have a responsibility of continuing those kinds of collaborations. And I'm very grateful to be part of that. So, you know, the first poem, I have a couple of poems that are printed in the exhibit. One that I wrote and one that my mother wrote as well. And I'm actually going to read the one that my mother wrote first. In just a minute, please. Sorry. So the one that my mother wrote some years back was one that we also read when we had her living memorial. And this one is in celebration of her being Armenian and also in having the name Dilsizyan. For those who don't know what that means, it means person with cut tongue, although you'll find out soon as well. Dilsizyan. Mother sits at the kitchen table, carefully cutting the stems of each green bean before I snap them in half, piling them into the pot. Her frown deepens between her dark pencil-thin brows as she leans forward, nodding her head. You know what our last name means. Puzzled, I shrug. She leans back, looking down as if she drops her knife. Dilsizyan. It means tongueless. Mother's fingers now swiftly slice each bean. Speaking Armenian in Turkey was forbidden. Your great-grandfather was punished, shamed as an example, to stand in the center of town. Stunned, I lay my head on mother's shoulder. She raises my chin. Never forget who you are. That's by Vicky Demercy, née Dilsizyan. So as many of you already know, when my mother and I went to my grandmother Shina's house in Whitestone, Queens, it became a huge task. We knew that she kept a lot of things. She did keep wrapping paper, probably a decade old. No one was supposed to unwrap the Christmas presents like they were a kid. You were supposed to unwrap them and then fold it back up again. You know? So you have to understand that there were many, many things. I found that my grandfather made $50 a week. He paid himself $50 a week in the early 1930s when he started his business in New York. So with all of these things and many others, we also had all the treasures that we found as well. And sometimes for me, as a poet, sometimes those treasures maybe aren't all the ones you see in the exhibit, but the tiny things that are used by people like my grandmother that just become meaningful, or they serve as more than one metaphor, as they do in this poem called Compact. Compact. She left her compact, blue and gold, lying upside down in her drawer, hidden in its white powder, something she always wanted to tell me. Inside is the mirror full of powder, 40 years old, opening for me like a woman telling secrets of her flesh. Pink white flakes cover my hands. In silence, I bend down kneeling to look further inside her drawer. Each time I open the compact, a sound click of a half cricket, the sound of lips pressing together. There are whispers contained in small breaths. I click a kiss in the mirror of white powder and become a white curtain. I am sheer, a translucent flag, and salute her with all my flesh. And then, with the click of my lips, close her white body, snap like the clap of hands, like magic, life vanishes, dust to dust, opening and closing, happening almost all at once. I love the process of writing. I love the process of rewriting. I love the process of how moments come to us that we know we need to write them down. Oranges from the Bosphorus was an experience I had the first time I went to Istanbul, Turkey, with my father to visit his family. My great uncle was very sick and he wanted to see him. I was in 10th grade and I said, "Can I come?" And he said, yes. That was in 1978. And it was such an amazing experience. It was the first time my father said, "Don't speak Armenian." Usually they would get mad at us and say, "Hayde hosetek." And this time he would say, "No, don't speak Armenian." But I remember driving on the Bosphorus and getting very sick. And this is how my aunt helped me feel a little bit better. She stopped at the side of the road and got some oranges for me that they were selling. Later, when I told my husband, who wasn't my husband then, about the story, he said, "You know, in Cuba, they put oranges away to help your worries go away." And literally that day after breakfast, I remember going home and working on this poem called Oranges from the Bosphorus. She fed me oranges and my worries went away. On the road from the Bosphorus, I spit the seeds out the window of the small white car speeding down the mountain. At 15, I planted my memory there on the dirt road and found the beginning of where my skin was born, on the hands of all my grandmothers, waving to me on that dirt road, shouting their stories in the wind so I can hear their echo even in the speeding car and carry voices in my pocket, eating oranges, laughing and telling jokes in another language, and smiling each time I see an old woman reminding me of all my grandmothers and all their sad eyes staring at me, watching me leave the land where they were born, hoping I take a piece of them with me to remember when I am old. And one of the takeaways listening to Dr. Hachik Muradyan and everybody from yesterday to today is really that importance of connection, right? When he talked about all the lists of all the families that were documented and then all the connections that were being made because of it and how the project was broadening and kind of becoming the beauty of what the two sisters had done on such an exponential scale because of all those connections. And even when he talked about after the genocide, when some of the families had come back in search of people, this story is a little bit about that as well. And it's called A Day at an Armenian Wedding. Another wedding, and I hardly know the bride and groom. My brother is seated to my left, but all the other faces are unfamiliar. Pink and white tables scatter the ballroom. The band plays standard wedding music for couples to dance cheek to cheek. A short, chubby man with a balding head dances with a pretty 16-year-old girl. Another couple in their 70s dance slower than the beat of the music. Everyone else is loudly chatting. Sitting to my right is an old woman wearing a burgundy dress who doesn't speak English, so I introduce myself in Armenian. And she smiles gently and asks me again, "What is your name?" "Tina Demirjan," I reply. Her eyes hidden in her face slightly widen. "Demirjan," she repeats many times and asks, "Where is your family from?" "Istanbul," I answer. Her hands grip the pink napkin next to mine. And before they move to the city, her voice hesitates. "Gesaria. My family is from Gesaria." The old woman smiles again, but lowers her head, and I see her right hand clench her plate and turn it. Slowly, after a few seconds, she looks up at me again. "What is your father's first name?" "Hagop," I answer, and turn around for a moment to watch the short balding man still dancing with a 16-year-old bridesmaid. "Your father's name is Hagop?" She repeats over and over. I turn around and see the old face of a little girl staring at me. "Yes, yes," I say, and watch her shake. "My brother's name was Hagop too," and she takes my hand. I was 8 years old in the beginning of the Armenian genocide in 1915. My parents were killed. All I had left was my brother Hagop. Our name was Demirjan too. We lived in the closest town to Gesaria. My brother and I were taken to someone's house. When we got there, they took Hagop away. They said they'd bring him back, but they never did. Her tears now lay in the crevices of her wrinkles, and she clutches my arm and looks directly into my eyes. I am 80 years old, and I've never given up hope. I will tell you that I now live and have lived in Glendale for a long time. And when I first moved there, I loved the little vans with the produce inside. I thought this was, I was from a suburb in New Jersey, near New York, so there were no little vans with produce inside there. And so I would always tease the men who would ask me, "Where are you from?" And I would say, sometimes I said, "I'm from Queens." "No, where are you from?" And I say, "Jamaica, Queens." No, that's not it. "Where are you from?" "Istanbul." No. "Where are you from?" "Gesaria." Okay, Hima Kaskatang. Now we understand. And it was so interesting how that was very significant. It would happen every single time. It could have been different people. They would always ask, and it wasn't enough that my family is from Istanbul. It had to be the city where my ancestors were from. So this one, I really appreciate the Armenian Tree Project. And so I get their annual report. And this particular time, I do myself sometimes write poems inspired by whether it's my ancestors or photographs. I've taught poetry in schools for 30 years. So when I go in to teach, I use art postcards from museums. And I also have used some of the images from the Armenian Tree Project as well. And this was one that I wrote, called "At the Holy Site in Gyumri." There is a woman with a golden tooth in an open field, smiling in her large-brimmed hat made of straw. I am lost in her smile, as if she opened her mouth for me to walk into the empty closet of a dream, slipping into its dark passageway, carrying an apricot tree into a sunny field. The voice of the old woman beckons me to join her and fill apricots into a jar, golden fruit plucked from the tree of our dreams. She hands me one. I bite into it, tasting her harvest, touching my lips with the laughter she once had. A woman from another land has given me an apricot from the soil she once walked, from the soil she is buried in, from the soil that will bear fruit again in me. This one's entitled, I want to wrap myself in grape leaves so you can taste my grandmother's cooking from New York. A world not far from your back door now. You smell me simmering in the pot, waiting for your hands to touch my skin, rolled to keep the flavor inside your mouth. Some years ago, I really felt like a rock star. It's like once, when I called somebody that I was interested in working with and registering my daughter in a science and art class that she had started in Pasadena. And I had been in a professional development for artists with her with the Music Center about 5 years prior. And I remember I called her and I said, oh, I'm sorry. I said, I don't know if you remember me, but my name is Tina Demirjian, and I would love to enroll my daughter in the classes that you have at your after school program. And that is how she responded to me. She said, remember you? I don't know. I don't think she had memorized it. She read that poem back to me, like out of the blue. 5 years I hadn't seen her. I must have given her one of my bookmarks, and she had it in front of her, and she read that poem. And I said, okay, that was my 15 minutes. I know what it feels like to be a rock star. Somebody knew my poem. So let's see. I want to read, those are poems from my book, which also happens to be available here. And there are a couple of poems that are a little bit newer. One of them is To My Family, and it's one of two poems I have about New Year's Eve. How many people here celebrate New Year's Eve as part of their like Christmas? Anybody? Yeah. So in my family, it was my father's side is New Year's Eve. My mother's side is Christmas Eve. So that's the way my parents had worked it out. It seemed to work out quite well. And that day has always had so much meaning to me. This is actually, like I said, I have two poems. This is the one that's about like the morning after. The morning after was usually 5 o'clock in the afternoon because we went to bed really late. So we didn't get up until almost dinner time. But anyway, New Year's Eve. In the house that wrapped our childhoods, the sound of tiny tea glasses and the sun warming our backs, early morning shadows dancing on the wall like fingers reaching for us while memories spilled onto the floor, running down the long hallway, oriental rugs scratching the bottom of our feet, white wooden doors opening and closing, tiny bells ringing, reminding us we are whole and then gone forever into echoes like ancestors who haunt us, smiles we no longer remember, voices in the wind and in our prayers. Be grateful if this is what will become, dear friend. I have two more pieces. One is dedicated to my uncle. This one is called Beeswax, to my Uncle John. And I don't have to set this one up at all. I think it's quite clear from the experience. The forest green door of metal was like a welcome mat. The loosened buzzer like a live wire to Uncle John in his beeswax refinery buried between brick buildings in Queens, New York. Each window faded yellow like fog in semi-empty streets of trucks and garage openings, desolate yet like home during holidays from school. Inside rows of fluorescent lights, a makeshift office, a long hallway, and 6 navy pots on stoves to melt and refine wax for hours, boiled into golden lava like alchemy. Out of 6 spigots, we poured wax into hundreds of molds the size of bread loaves. The scent of beeswax lingered like an offering from the past. Uncle of chemistry and creams, chewing gums and candles. Uncle of space shuttle coating and M&Ms. Uncle of wax chandeliers and encaustic paintings and the sticky sound of wax beneath our feet. Who will remember these sounds, the loosened buzzer and squishy stuck wax on our shoes? Who will remember the heat of wax at the tip of our fingers? Each time we checked the molds, a new flesh covered our skin like a layer of memory we peel off without much thought, except to wait longer. Who will wait for us? Who will help us let go? Well, I think one of the requests that I had yesterday was for all of us, whether here or on Zoom, to really consider what we would leave behind. Whether it's a story, a photograph, some type of item. It's something to really consider kind of at the end of this conference part of the exhibit. We have yet a week of the exhibit people can visit, but it's really something for all of us to consider. This was a poem I wrote called Instructions on Becoming a Memory. I wrote it after experiencing a lot of what maybe my ancestors were thinking about when they left everything, and really considering it a little bit, what it was like to find it as well. Instructions on becoming a memory. Leave 2 pictures of yourself, each in a handsome wooden frame, one at the home of your dearest relative, the other at the home of the one who never knew you very well. Arrange a childhood picture on your bureau, taken when you're only 5 or 6, and write the date on its back, then place your parents' picture next to it. Fold your favorite 2 dresses in a cotton satchel and leave them in your closet with a note tucked inside. I wore this dress to my, and fill in the blank. Hide a box of the postcards and letters written to you. Separate the ones that you need to throw away. Do not edit any of them. This would be too obvious. Leave your purse as it always is. Do not clean it. Keep it a little messy so that they can find treasures in it. A note to yourself, a little old perfume bottle you didn't throw away. Do not worry about being remembered. If you follow these instructions, one day, someone will say, I have her childhood picture. And the one of her parents from so long ago. One day, someone will say, I read her last note in the letter to her friends. One day, someone will say, she left us her favorite dress, a century old, and in her purse, she left us her smell. Thank you. I got a lot farther than I thought I would, actually. I wonder if anyone has any questions. I don't know if we have time for a couple of questions, Maggie. Oh, okay. I had you all go silent, did I? Okay, well, thank you very much. I really appreciate this opportunity. Thank you to the Aradas home. and a museum, I'm sorry, and home, and enjoy the exhibit. I hope you all will join in if you haven't already. Thank you.
I guess this is an occasion where some remarks are due. What an odyssey we have been on over the last 2 days. Spirited off on magic carpets, like the ones Tolga introduced us to, woven with local dyes, of course, as Arthur Telfayan would insist. They transported us instantaneously to faraway lands, completely undercutting the distance between the then and the now. The exhibit, the presentations, and the slides provided a veritable feast for the senses. Sight ubiquitously, matched by the sound of Tina Demirjian's evocation of place in her poetry, and Mr. Timourian's memoir addressed by Dr. Tashjan. It's the weekend, so if we listened carefully, we might just have caught the thump of the dice and the tableau pieces on the board in the Timourian household and the excited banter round the table. This was completed by the smell and touch of the garments and their authentic replicas, lovingly restored and researched by the team from Armenian Dress and Textile Project. Usually when we talk about experiencing someone else's life situation, we use the metaphor of walking in another man's shoes. But what about standing in another woman's dress and imagining what it felt to be wearing it as you went through one of those rites of passage, sensing the psychological effect of its shape and cut, or feeling the power of the clothes to conjure the very presence of the original owner in the room along with us? Who needs a time capsule to bridge time and space when there already exists the intergenerational community in a christening robe like the one that Dr. Tutland discussed yesterday? Tell me your story and I'll tell you who you are. We're often off-put thinking about the past because of our wrong-headed belief that it was stagnant, that basically time stood still. But in fact, the common denominator we share with it is precisely movement and change. Gesaria, Constantinople, New York, Fresno, Los Angeles. Where next, one wonders? The roller coaster of the Anthropocene has not come to a stop. The story is not finished. What is your contribution going to be? We are always on the way, never arrive, yearning to be liberated from the old and grappling with the unfamiliarity of the new. In many ways, that was their situation in Gesaria in the 1880s and 90s. The second half of the 19th century brought unprecedented changes to the region, some of which were commented on by Setrag Timourian. In education, a series of initiatives by the Sublime Porte, the Armenian Millet, Armenian voluntary organizations, augmented by foreign missionary groups, transformed the curriculum and modernized the pedagogy from the meager offerings Mr. Timourian rightly complained about. Similarly, in religion, he benefited from the Protestant-inspired individuality and lay-led piety of the Lusavortian in Gerutyun. Improvements also came in communications, industry, and technology, building on earlier artisan skills of the silversmith Dr. Merian analyzed for us this afternoon. In general, Armenians embraced them, becoming early exponents of future-orientated enterprise. Thus, whereas in Honorable Beggars, Mezabadiv Muratsgamner, Hagop Baronyan satirizes the provincial Apisaromara for his lack of sophistication regarding photography. That merely illustrates the capital's endemic prejudice towards the provinces, as revealed by the range of images from Gesaria in the archives at Project SAVE that Arto Vaughan shared with us. At the same time, the Armenian community there lived more in touch with nature, as indicated by the herbal remedies Dr. Bujikhanyan investigated, whose effectiveness was often testified by long experience. Similarly, their birthing techniques described by Dr. Muradian are being readopted in some of the world's most advanced states, returning to the view that giving birth is a natural part of normal life, rather than following the older Western model of illness, where the mother lies prone in a sickbed, for example, rather than assisting gravity by assuming a more upright position. Objects revitalize the past. This is our takeaway from the conference. But whereas the unfettered use of the imagination can be enormously fruitful, it is crucially enhanced by the contextualization of the expert. The ceremonial waistbands on display are simply an attractive art form, but come alive when we learn that as the bride was leaving her parental house en route for her in-laws and the church, her brother would slip this belt in place, emblazoned with the tree of life motif to ease her transition symbolically from girl to woman and potential bearer of new life into the world. Similarly, the image of the men lined up outside the prison in Gesaria assumes a whole new dimension when it is known that they were soon to be marched off to their death. This is an excellent example of scholarly interdisciplinarity. Far from being secondary to the research process, the examples of material culture we have engaged with are a vital corollary to the written record. Sometimes their story converges, often it does not. And that is why it is so important for each to interrogate as well as illuminate the other, to help us penetrate behind the rhetoric of literate narratives with the accompanying issues of bias, to uncover other aspects of the story, which is precisely what we have been doing over the last 2 days. Therefore, I would like to thank the organizers, sponsors, supporters, and presenters, together with all of you who have come in person and those who have participated with us online, in what is truly, like our topic, a meeting across different time zones and spatial boundaries. Moreover, the success of this endeavor can already be measured by the degree of real dialogue that resulted in a multifaceted flow of information, with participants in the Q&A enlightening our speakers about further ramifications of the issue under discussion, leading to an exchange of coordinates so that the dialogue can continue. Meanwhile, for those unable to tune in today, the proceedings are being recorded and will be accessible on the Ararat Museum website. Before we leave, one last word about the keynote. Being a keeper of memory, keeping the story alive. As a number of the presenters have underscored, the conference is an opportunity for you to reflect on the legacy you hold and to consider what you are going to do with it, perhaps in collaboration with some of the organizers represented, to be a link in the chain and to make a connection of a meaningful reality for the next generation. Finally, I would remind you that the museum exhibit is still open tonight until 7 p.m. and will continue until March 7th. Thank you very much and good night.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Kawi. Thank you, Dr. Karagosian. I would like that we give a big hand to our two technicians for running smoothly the hybrid program, and to my infatigable setup. Get up, setup. Please, because without her, we couldn't do it today. Thank you, Zeta. Thank you all.